Still not getting nothing. Hmm. Weird. Huh. Okay, it looks like it is working. Or is it? It's showing me a stream from 2 months ago. Wait, what? Okay, it's working on YouTube. It just takes a second to load, apparently. Well, it's working on one computer, and then on the other it's not showing it, so that's kind of funny. Oh, okay. I see it now. Okay, alright. Everything's working. Everything's working. Alright. So, give me a second here. I'm gonna post a link a few places, and then I will be right here. All right. So here we are in GB Studio, and you can see we've got a couple errors at the bottom that we need to deal with. There's a couple more dealing with the Platformer Plus plugin, which is not suitable for this version of the engine, but it's still working. So I think we're just not using slopes, and I think it works. I think that's the issue or the thing. But yeah, so next we've got this. Well, I guess I can explain what I've done already. Well, I had it open, but I don't anymore. There was some issues where a tile was destroyed by the engine because we ran out of pallets or unique tiles or something or other. And I went in and just cleaned up some of the tiles, got rid of some of the unique tiles, and the issue was fixed. There's some weird bug going on here. You can see. I move that. This. Oh no, I know what that is now. That's a wall, isn't it? Is it a wall? Let's take a look at that. Yeah, that's got to be what that is. We were to add. Yeah. That's what that is. Okay, well that makes me feel better. All right. Yeah, I should tell my buddy Johnny that I figured that out, because I texted him saying, hey, I don't know what the hell's going on here, but it seems to be working anyways. Alright. So now there's no confusion there. I'm gonna take a sip of tea here. Wonderful. Got my ginger snappish tea. Oh, I've got my chair, so minimal chair sounds. There might be the occasional chair sound, but it's so much better than the camping chair. Oh my god, that camping chair was killing me. I could only go for a few hours, and afterwards I was like sore from sitting in this darn thing, right? Because it's one of those suspension camping chairs where it's like this fabric that sits on like this like crossing bars, right? Well, these crossbars, like your legs kind of sit on them because it's made poorly, just a bad idea, like, yeah. But I'm happy to not be sitting on that. I got some of my music stuff. I managed to break my turntable in the move, so I'm kind of upset about that, but I'm kind of due for a new turntable, to be honest, so... But then again, I'm looking at one that's like really expensive, and now I'm like, oh, I don't want to spend more money. And still gotta buy windows and furniture, like window treatments and furnitures, and like, you know, all the stuff that comes with home ownership, right? I got bills for water and you know, HOA fee, and I'm complaining, but honestly these bills are like so small compared to what they could be, so I shouldn't be complaining at all. And yeah, just gotta start making some money here soon, otherwise I will be out, because I am spending like crazy. Oh, look at that, there's a thing missing, but it doesn't matter because as soon as the player touches it, it ends the level anyways. So yeah, let's take a look at the other issue we had, which is here on scene 10, which is actually the 9th scene. So let's go to 9G in our files here. We've got our Pyrotoad folder. We've got 9G, color edit. We got color edit 2. So let's go to color edit 2, since that seems to be the most. So you can see that these are not the wrong color. It's just that GB Studio is doing something there. And I don't think there was any other issues with this. Let's take a look at the reference. We got the Pyrotoad, the Pokemon in chat, not a Pyrotoad. Of course, we could have a Pyrotoad in chat because I made a new emote. But I'm gonna try to catch these Pokemon. Catch. Catch, and then I'm gonna copy and paste that, so that way it's easy to do later. Alright, so we got the Catch going, we got this level looked okay, it just needs... Oh, there's something going on there. Alright, so that looks like what we want, but I want to optimize this more. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to find the file, and then I'm going to go to this website. So we've got this tile counter website, so we can actually just drag the file on here. This is the one. And it's gonna give us a heat map of where things can be optimized. So there's an issue with some of these bright squares here. The bright squares are generally bad. Sometimes they can't be avoided, but sometimes they're like not supposed to be like that. So let's take a closer look here and find... This looks like an issue, right? It's not actually that one that's the issue, it's the one next to it, strangely. This one. So what I'm thinking happened is that there's just like an extra pixel there. So we're going to delete that and then just drag this one over. And that should fix that one. Let's keep looking for more. There's one here. So this is again just missing one pixel. So we'll just take this one, which is what it was trying to be, and put it there. So that should fix two. Here's another one down here. Let's take a look at that. So yeah, it just has an extra pixel there. So this website is super useful. gbstudio.tilecount.glitch.me. I definitely recommend it. However, it does not account for palettes. So it doesn't tell you the palette data. It doesn't tell you if you're going over on palettes. It doesn't tell you if you're using too many palettes per tile or anything like that. So you kind of have to be aware that there's more issues than just unique tiles. Here's one that's weird. That shouldn't be like that. Let's take a look at that. Which one is this one? So simple fix there. We'll just erase that. That should fix that. And then let's take another look. Just one below it, two below it, however you want to describe that. Of course, which one was it? That one? All right. So this one here, it looks like it's missing a pixel compared to this one. So we'll just drag that there, and that should fix that. So let's go back to this guy here. Oh. And here's another one up here. So let's check that one out. It's like this one, so we'll just yeah, it looks like it's missing one pixel. So we'll just drag this one. That should fix that. And let's take another look. Right up above this pillar. was it this one? Yeah, so we'll just take this one. Alright. So this one's super unique, but it's gonna look funky no matter what, so... And kind of the same thing with this one. So that's just the nature of trying to make art on GB Studio. Same with this stuff. I think something's going on with these, but let's take a closer look here. Oh, it's got the white pixels in there. Well, can be helped a little maybe. No. It looks like it's already pretty much optimized. So that's okay, we can deal with that. These three down here though, they're not giving us anything special, and it looks like I just dragged this stuff and missed. So that should fix that. Let's take a look one more time here. Make sure we didn't miss anything important. I feel like this one, although it looks like it's happened more than once, it doesn't need to be like that. We can just take this one. I'm looking for it on the other ones now, but I don't see it, so I don't know. It's about time we make a new export, and we'll just export it over the old one, and then let's go to here, and we'll throw that on there. Did that work? It looks like it worked. No, it didn't work. Let's reload this. This whole live reload beta thing, I don't know how to work it. It doesn't explain itself very well. It's new. It wasn't there before. So now it's given us other issues. And also, that looks different than what I gave it. Did I save over the wrong thing? I think I saved over the wrong thing, or gave it the wrong file. No, I didn't save over the wrong thing. Hold on, what's going on here? Well, yeah, that's that, so... Huh. It sure does look different though, doesn't it? Like, there's just 2 pixels on there. Then when I go here... Oh yeah, there is that. Okay. Also, they look off, right? Why is it like that? And it could be like this. I don't know, maybe all of them were off, and that's why it showed me these ones first, and now it's showing me these ones because I only fixed those ones when I should have fixed all of them. Where else was it saying? It was saying there's something weird going on. Ah, yes, look at this. We've got the art, the old reference art is still there, so that's creating new issues. So let's do an export without that. We will go back to our handy dandy website, and we'll throw our new export on there. Alright, so the spikes issue is fixed. We've got these things going here, and then this one there also. but generally things are looking more optimized, so that's a good sign. As you continue to optimize, the heat map will change, and it'll show you things that are less important, just in case you want to continue optimizing. But I do want to take a look at what's going on up here. It looks like these three are too unique, so let's just grab these ones and we'll just put them there. Save it, export, save it over it, yes. We'll get our thing and our other thing. And oh, let's refresh this. Wait, that's a sprite file. We want this one. All right. So yeah, we should be well within the optimization. 156 tiles is way lower than what's required. I think it's 192 is the requirement for GB Studio if you're going to use any overlays or anything like that for the UI stuff that comes built in with the engine. You can even go further. I don't know what's up with that. I don't know. I'm looking right at it. No. It's that one with the... No, it's this one. So that was where that repeated one was I was looking for earlier, but didn't find it. So we're just going to take that, do the same thing, export it over it. And at this point, I don't even need to look at it on here. I know that it's better than it was. So what we want to do is take this guy, copy it, and now we're going to go into this folder here, in the assets folder, and we're going to paste it right here. There's also a couple things that don't need to be there that can be deleted, but we're just going to deal with this and background, replace file. Yeah, this stuff was put there by by Johnny Manjuro, who's designing the project. So I'm not sure how that stuff ended up there, but it can be deleted, but it's not that big of a deal either. All right, so let's take a look at how this looks now. Did I do that right? Did I make a mistake? That was all talking and stuff. All right, no, so I didn't make a mistake, but for some reason it didn't fix the issue. So I think what we're dealing with is running out of palettes. So, because that's what it says here. Background contains unique 4-color palettes. It says it's got 9 where 8's the limit. So that's the issue that we're trying to sort. So all that tile optimization actually didn't do anything to help me, but it's good to have it anyways. If I want to start reusing tiles or anything like that, then I don't have to worry about it. But what we want to do is find where we can optimize the palettes somehow. And this is the most difficult part. Let's see. If I've got the palettes here nicely organized, so I'm just going to copy that and put it here. And now I got this one to work pretty well before, so let's try that. We will first find the layer with the lily pads, the art layer. Next, we want to make sure this is contiguous. What happened there? I didn't actually change the layer, I just found it. So yeah, if we didn't do it contiguously, actually it might work. It might work because it's a unique tile, a unique palette, and which is the issue. So if we steal from this one, it might work because this palette is actually the same palette that this is using. And we changed the color of the lily pads, but you can still tell what they are. So I don't think it's going to be a huge issue. So we'll save this and then we'll export it as the color edits. All right, so let's see if that fixes the issue. So we'll go into this one. We've got our color edit 2. We'll copy it again. And the reason why I'm copying it is so we can paste over it. Let's get rid of this one. There's a Larvitar in chat. Alright, so let's see here. We've got it here. We're just gonna drag it there. It should be telling us to replace it, so that's kind of an issue, isn't it? Oh, it's because it wasn't there anymore. So hopefully it didn't break anything. It looks like it did break it, so that's not good. But if we put this back in, it should fix it, hopefully. Yeah, it looks like it fixed it. No, it doesn't have any color, so we're gonna have to give it the color back. Luckily, there's this auto color option. And as you can see, it's actually created more issues here. Because now the fire is that palette, and it didn't even fix this. Somehow it made it worse. It's interesting. Well, let's try something else here. Maybe we'll give it this palette. Why isn't it giving me... Is it not on there? Huh. Alright, well let's try that. Well, I kind of want to know... Oh, there's the other color. And then... So this is the palette then. These four here. So we'll go ahead and paste that. Wow, that doesn't look good, does it? That looks okay. And then that... No, that looks bad. So let's switch these around a bit. And maybe that and that. That doesn't look right either. Well, maybe we can do... Is this what we're trying to do? Oops. Or we could do this palette, which is different. I don't think that'll work though. Or maybe it will. If we do this as the lightest color, and then this will obviously be the darkest, and then this, there's only 3 colors in that one though, so it's, I'm not sure what it uses for the other one. Maybe it's that white? Did it look better with that or that? It almost looks better with that. Alright, let's try it. We'll export it, save over the old one. Now we need to copy it, and paste it over. What is going on here? Where'd my cursor go? Paste it here. Remove the suffix. And paste it, replace it. Alright, let's take a look at GB Studio and see. We fixed the issue. So now we can see that it's got all of its colors. The flames are good. Although, I'm not seeing any triggers for the flames anymore, so that's weird. Let's take a look at the art again here. Yeah, it's got spikes there. Weird. Well, let's see if we got enough triggers. Looks like we do, so yeah, that should be fine. All right. Okay, so another thing that I want to do just for testing, it sounded like there was a mistake that I made when I put together the Pyrotoad sprite. Where is it? Pyrotoad. So if we take a look at the collision box, it takes up the whole thing, where if we look at the croaker, it looks like there's 2 off the top and 1 off each side. And that should help things quite a bit here. So we'll go ahead and take that, and then, oh, that's the offset. Oh, that's that. Alright, so now we want to offset it by 1, and that is more correct. So we'll save that. And that should help for testing. Speaking of testing, let's give this a whirl here. It'll take a second to load, but we'll warp to level 9. I'm gonna drink some tea while this happens. Uh-oh, what did I just do? There we go. Sorry, I was trying to get YouTube chat on OBS since I'm restreaming. Alright, so it looks like it's packing the data, so nearly done. I know it takes a second, but I gotta say I love the build times on GB Studio, and obviously bigger projects take longer. The more levels you have with more triggers and more sprites, it's gotta pack all of that data for each single scene. So the more scenes, the longer it's gonna take. However, even working on some bigger projects, it's still much faster than building with Unity or something with like a really big project with all types of moving parts and stuff. Of course, Unity's got a cache, which helps a lot. But let's say you got to rebuild your cache. We're talking 24 hours of build times or something. You know, it depends on how big the level is. So let's warp to level 9 and see. Oh, all right. So there's some clear issues. That's so weird that it did that, right? Yeah, so first of all, we lost all of our collision boundaries. So that's not what we want. And that happened when I deleted the picture. and then replaced it. It put all the triggers back and all the sprites back, but the boundaries are completely gone, and I don't feel like drawing them back in. So what I'm going to do is actually load a backup, because I've mostly just been changing these files and then reinserting them to make sure that they work. So that's going to be easier than drawing all of this. So I did make a mistake by deleting something and then Control-Zing the replacement. Oh shit, someone's at the door. Give me a second here. Home ownership. Well, at least we know the doorbell works. I've been getting solicitors all day. I gotta get a no soliciting sign, apparently. I was a lawn guy. He said that I'm battling some things in my yard that I was completely unaware of, so that's cool that he pointed them out. But then he tried to sell me on this $18 service, which sounded pretty good, except that that's only the first one, and now they want 60 for every other one. So yeah, I'm not going to pay 60 every 2 months to find out that what they're doing isn't good enough to take care of it, and I need it every month. You know what I mean? So no. There's sprinklers out there, and I'll have to get a lawnmower, I think, or something. But it's manageable. And what he pointed at could be pulled out with a frickin' screwdriver. So I don't know what he's gonna do with the $18, but he kept telling me his name, which is a little weird. But I guess if your name is Gatlin, then you probably want people to know that you've got a strange name. All right. Enough talking crap about lawn care people. So I guess we'll go with the blue lily pads. It's not the end of the world here. Let's take a look at GB Studio. Oh yeah, I remember now. I have to open a different version. Yeah, I remember where we were. All right, so if I go into my files here, somewhere in here, GB Studio projects, not mine, from Johnny. And then we've got this one that's from RO25. So this is the one that we want, not this one, because this is the one that I just broke. So we're actually going to extract this here. Would you like to replace the existing file? Yeah, let's just go ahead and replace it, because I broke it. All right, so now we've got this. And we can open this. And at least those colliders should be fixed. It'll probably show us that things look broken still, but we have the solution. Alright, so here we have our broken thing, but we've got our colliders, so that's what we want. Of course, I do have to go and fix this one now too, but I've got the solution. So we're gonna go into our assets folder and just make sure that's the right one. Yeah, okay, it is. And then we want to go to our Pyrotoad folder. Is in a convoluted spot. We got Ace Sprites, non-RSB, GB Studio, backgrounds, Pyrotoad. Here we are. We've got our PNG, and we've got our, was it 4M color. All right, so we've got our two levels here. We'll just go ahead and paste them here as a staging area, and we'll just remove the suffixes. And we'll just drag them right into there, replace the files. And voila, we've fixed our missing brick. And if we scroll down here, we fixed the things. Cool. So now we're back where we should be. However, you notice I broke something on this level. There was supposed to be a something. A balloon, I believe, or something. Or no, it was one of these guys. A disappearing block. Right? Well, I know this one's supposed to have one. Or no, this one you're supposed to be able to jump up. Yeah. And then this is the one that's supposed to have the disappearing block. So you can see here on the update function, deactivate actor 6. There should be a, so this is actor 6 and 7. There should be another one. So we're gonna copy that and paste it over here. And I think that's where it needs to be, maybe there. I can't remember where it was before. So what we can do, we can go back into my GB Studio projects and just pull up an older one. I'm not sure how old though. So let's go to like 10. And we'll just open this one on top. Take a look at the level and see if it's there. All right, so yeah, it was actually right in the middle there. So let's take a closer look. It's in between these two and one away. So if this is 1 and that's 2, what did we decide? Yeah, 1, 2. It's actually the right spot on the Y, but not the X. So let's get back to that. Oh, yeah, there. Now it's the right spot. But then we do need to make this level work. We'll have to duplicate this stuff here. Oh, it's actually already here with the hide player stuff, but that's not actually what we want. So we're gonna disable the hide player, show player stuff, because that's just gonna make things break. What happened there was it defaulted back to the player when I deleted the sprite that it was looking for. So this is actor 17, so we're just gonna tell it to do the same thing here as this and this. So now we've got deactivate 6, but we're actually going to change this to 17 and 17 here. So that fixes that issue. Sometimes I make mistakes. Johnny actually noticed that one first, and obviously I didn't test it, otherwise I would have noticed too, because you need that block to beat the first part of this level. But yeah, we can actually save this now. If we wanted to, we could test it. I'm just a little bit concerned about palettes, right? Because honestly, I'm starting to think that the real issue was this here. Using all of these colors to get this light shining through is what made us run out of palettes for this. It rendered this first, and then it got to this and said, wait, we can't do that, we don't have enough palettes. Yeah. So some of these guys shoot bad guys, or shoot things. Yeah, so this is actually... let's see here. We've got a sprite sheet for our bullet here, so let's go ahead and do that. And then also the enemy itself should be a gun, a turret. Now, don't know how to rotate them, but we could change it so it's multi-directional. I believe there's a way to rotate sprites now in GB Studio, but I'm not sure yet. So let's take a look. We've got sprites, we've got turrets. All right, so we've got this set to fixed direction. Yeah, I don't think there is a way to rotate yet, but I remember reading that there was. You know, I kind of want to look now. I kind of want to look this up because I'm really not sure. Some sprites also allow you to flip right or create left-facing frames. Okay, so there is a flip sprite direction, but I don't think that's going to help for this. So we're actually going to make a turret that shoots down, and I might have actually already done this. We'll just go here. We'll go up, and then up. Animated actors. Pyrotoad. We've got our turret here. Alright, so the easiest way to do this is going to be to make new frames. and then we'll just rotate. Actually, so we only need 3 frames, right? I'm trying to remember exactly what's going on here. Asprite likes things to look like people, or like little RPG people. So if you kind of follow that, it makes it a little bit easier. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to find actor. Yeah, so here's a civilian sprite sheet. So yeah, so we're just actually going to take this sprite sheet and make it into our own. And it doesn't need to be animated, but we could make it animated. But the reason why I'm doing this, even though it seems redundant to have 2 frames for each, is because then it's gonna automatically give it directional animations, quote animations, because the animation is 2 frames that's not moving. But if we wanted to, we could make it so while it's moving, which it doesn't, then it could animate, or we could tell it to move, or to animate even though it's not moving. But either way, this is going to be good for our purposes, so we'll just export this. We'll call it turret directional. We're gonna throw it in the Pyrotoad animated actors folder. We'll export that. All right, so now here we've got this guy, but we actually want it to be something else. So we might have to replace stuff. It's kind of bogus, but it's all good. All right, so let's go to our animated actors. Got our Pyrotoad folder. We've got our turret directionals. Copy that. We're gonna head to our GB Studio. Want to make sure I'm in the right folder here, that's why. Assets, and then so what we can do is just give it the name turret, and I think this will help us. So we'll just put it in there, replace it. Yes, that way we don't need to do anything. Yeah, what we need to do now then is just change the animations from fixed direction to 4 directions. We'll give it the movement one too, and yeah. So now it's got 4 directions. It thinks that it's moving, but it's not. And for some reason, everything's messed up here. So we'll just start over. That's fine. We want the right, facing right. We want up. We want down. And then for moving also, we'll just do that for now. Because I don't think we'll need a moving turret, but if we do, we could always change this. But yeah, for now, this should work. We got facing our directions. It's the right color still. Let's go back to our game world. And now we've got a turret facing down. Look at that. However, this one's facing the wrong way now, so we need to do that. That one seems to be facing the right way. Yeah, so there is some some busy work to be done when you're doing stuff like this to make sure that all the right changes get affected. Alright, so this is just an enemy that moves, not a turret. All the turrets should look like turrets now. Right. Huh. It's disabled. I'm sure it's disabled for a reason. Alright, so we've got our small balloon, but I think there was an issue with it. Maybe not. It looked funny though in the build, so... I wonder what happened there. What is this? A shooter? Alright, so let's go ahead and make that a turret. Oh, I'm in the wrong frickin' thing. I'm like, what's going on here? Let's close that. We no longer need that one. We want this one. Go to the game world. Sorry, I was just checking Discord real quick. I'm not sure what's going on with this stuff. This looks like it's supposed to be a shooter. No. It hides itself and then it still launches a projectile, but it does it from the actor. So I think this is actually... No? Maybe it's supposed to be a moving turret? I think that's the case. So we will have a moving turret. Hey, Cosmo the Shadow Cat, how you doing? Thanks for joining. I was just doing some optimizations for some of the art that was giving us trouble. This one in particular, I had to change the color of the, here, if we go to this, we can see it without, I had to change the color of the lily pads here to make it work. Otherwise, it wasn't. It was making them all one color. Because we ran out of palettes. You can only have 8 unique palettes per scene. And each tile can only have 4 colors. And those colors make up one of those 8 unique palettes. Doing well. Doing well as I got all my stuff done for my move. I'm always intrigued by this though, so I try to pop in when I can. I really appreciate that. And by the way, I just moved too, so congratulations on your move. Or for your upcoming move. I know the stress that's involved with that. Electric Mindset says, pallet problems added again. Everyone is moving. Yeah, we figured out the pallet problem though. I think it had to do with this because I had too much detail going on here. I added a new palette that's not in these scenes. So these scenes are rendering fine, like these, but I had to basically use this palette on this. And that worked. It'll be on the 10th of February. Oh, well, that's right around the corner. It is the 29th already. So my stuff is set to be on when I move in. Cool. Nice, nice. Now, are you doing like a moving van or anything like that? Because I did not, and I kind of wish that I did from the start. I mean, it was okay, but yeah, lots of moving back and forth. Also, my move was like 775 miles one way, so I've done that back and forth already like twice, I think. I don't know. I'm losing track already. I'm gonna snooze this ad. Where did that go? Snooze the ad. Oh, it won't let me snooze the ad. Unfortunately, there's an ad coming up in like 47 seconds, and I cannot snooze it. So sorry for that in advance. My parents are helping out due to the complex I'm in, but that's for another day. Yeah, my parents helped me out too. I gotta admit, I could not afford this place on my own. I'm super grateful that they were able to help. So, yeah. Story will have to be said after I move. Oh, I gotcha. You can add whether you want it or not. Yep, 12 seconds, 10 seconds. There's an ad. Oh, there's an ad right now. My bad. We are in the ad. All right, sorry about the ad break there. Yeah. I couldn't snooze it. But this next one I can snooze. So that's cool. Sub now, folks, to avoid. Thanks for the advertisement there. Electric Mindset. How you doing, Electric Mindset? How's your day going? Did you get some good groceries? You get some frozen burritos, some frozen pizzas. I was a little disappointed with the frozen burritos that I got. They were like $4 a piece, and they're not that great. They're gluten-free, which is great because that's all I can eat. But yeah. But yeah, I definitely feel that needing your parents' help to move out, because I definitely needed my parents' help. Although I did actually help my mom, because what happened was well, she helped me and I helped her. It was like a you scratch my back, I'll scratch your back situation, because she was looking to invest in property and I was living in Phoenix, so she thought, well, hey, you're down there, you probably know what's a good spot to invest in, and you need a place to live, so you can take care of the place while it raises while it goes up in value. And that's precisely what happened. I got her to get me a condo, which wasn't cheap, but she was able to turn a profit on it, so that's awesome. And so that money that got generated through the sale of the condo actually ended up going into the house that I'm in now, which is fantastic because I didn't expect that. So that's awesome. Yeah, my income would not have made it possible, so my parents went to the point of getting me covered for the new place with deposit in the first month's rent alongside the moving service. That's fantastic. That's awesome. Yeah, your folks sound like really cool people. I'm really grateful that they helped you, because I know what that's like to not have a huge income. Every year when I have to like do taxes and stuff like that, they're always like, how are you making so little money? Because what is it like? Everything's like, are you over 20 grand? Or are you under 20 grand? Because that's the lowest. Because, well, I'm under 20 grand for sure. I would be lucky to make 20 grand a year. But you know, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I make do, and I'm really good at like not having a lot of expenditures, and with my parents' help, not having to pay rent is like phenomenal. So like the last 2.5 years, 3 years, I was living at my mom's, and yeah, totally awesome. They were paying for my groceries, paying for rent. Of course, it was rough living in their basement. You know, it was cold, and I kind of had to like do pet duty all the time. You know, watch out for pet duty and do the pet duty. Yeah, I just know my father pretty much handed me tech he didn't need, but he's also a gamer and 60 years old. Well, that's awesome. Yeah, that's really cool that your dad's a gamer too, because I know that you play games, so you guys have like a gamer relationship, I imagine. I kind of wish that my dad played more games. He used to back in the day. He used to play Gran Turismo. He used to play Mario Kart on the Super Nintendo. Wave Race. He got really into Wave Race on the Nintendo 64. And yeah, dude, playing games with Pops is so much fun. You play old DOS games with your dad. That's awesome. Yeah, actually, my dad taught me how to use DOS a long, long time ago, but he never really got into computer games. He just liked having them and then showed me them. And like, he didn't really play games. It's kind of funny, you know, like he had Doom on this old work computer, and it was like, you know, floppies. He just liked having this big thing of copied floppies. And he like showed them to me, but he didn't actually play them. So I always thought that was funny. That's awesome that you still do it. First game I was on with him was Descent. That's awesome, dude. Descent is so cool. I actually never played Descent. I had Terminal Velocity, which is like a Descent kind of clone, but a very different game too. But if you like Descent, there was a game that came out called Overload. Have you seen Overload? I should bring it up because it is actually really cool, and very hard. And there's a VR version, or like a VR mode, and that's enough to make you sick, because it's a 6 degree of freedom game. Overload game. Overload. I'm gonna turn off my music real quick. Oh, I paused it.
On this colony is imminent.
Your name is on the credits. You are a tester and a backer. That's awesome. Yeah, that's so cool. I haven't finished it, but now that I know that your name's on the credits, that kind of makes me want to go back to it. I'm not very good at it. I tried to play versus mode, and I couldn't do it. I was very bad. I imagine it's probably hard to link up with people that are like your or my level, right? It's probably either people that are really good at it or people who haven't played it yet. But yeah, I was really impressed, and I remember hearing about the Kickstarter, but I wasn't ready to jump on board until after it came out. But I have it, I own it. 2018 already. Yeah, it feels like yesterday. We'll throw the music back on. God, I remember the early days as a tester, and it was buggy, but my dad sent the reports and I wrote the devs. That's awesome. I usually play on Ace or Insane difficulty. Wow, that's so cool. That's awesome to find someone who plays that as well. Obviously, I feel like if we were to play a match, he would kick my butt, but it could be fun. I need to finish that game. I need to go back to it and play it some more. You know what happened to me? I was like severely ill with the flu. This was like months before COVID. This was like maybe 6 months before COVID hit the streets, maybe 7 months before COVID hit the streets. And I had this flu that was, I thought I was gonna die, man. It was 2 weeks of like in bed. I couldn't do nothing. And like towards the end of it, I was like, I feel like I need to play a game. And I own this because I bought the game like during that period, but I was like waiting until I wasn't sick anymore because I knew that it's a 6 degree of freedom game. And playing that with the flu kind of sucked. But it was so bad that it made me like not want to play the game. I have like memories of that, like just feeling ill. And that wasn't even VR. Oh, there's a Pokemon in chat. A Happiny? I don't even know. I mean, my dad always kicks me around, so I don't know. Right on. One day, if we do talk in a call on Discord, I will gladly show you where I am on the credits. That's awesome. That's very cool. Yeah, I'd be down, for sure. I mean, honestly, I might be down to play even if you kick my butt, because I mean, it's not that I don't take games seriously. I'm not one to get upset when I lose. I can still have fun and lose at the same time. So, yeah. But that's really cool. Like, first of all, I think it's awesome that pretty much everyone here is a beta tester, basically. Because I do beta testing. Electric Mindset does beta testing. And to find out that you're on the credits for beta testing, that's pretty cool. So, big pat on the back for all of us for being beta testers. You're more of a hobbyist. Yeah, I know what you are. You're a beta tester. This guy, he calls himself a hobbyist. He writes reports for free. He's the most professional hobbyist beta tester I know. He really is. And honestly, anytime that I hear about someone who needs their game tested, I bet Michael would do a great job testing that. Actually, the reports are getting a revamp. Okay, well, hey, do what you gotta do. Honestly, if I were you, I would maybe think about charging something, you know, $20 or something. Oh, I would love to do ETST games again after I move. ETST, I'm not sure what that is. Oh, test. That makes more sense. I gotcha. Yeah, that's cool, man. I mean, I got some games that need testing, but I don't have enough money to throw around, unfortunately. But yeah. You know, actually, just today, one of my networks reached out to me about a project that he wants me to get involved with. It's a Godot game that they're building. It's like a horror game. So that might be fun. And obviously, when they're to the point of needing beta testers, I'm going to reach back out to my networks. Right now, they're looking for more developers to join the Discord and just to see what they're up to. Obviously, with these small projects, these indie teams, it's like minimal to no pay. So who knows how it's actually going to work out, but I don't mind helping out with what I have and the time that I have. So that's pretty cool. I had typos since I was typing too quickly. Story of my life, Cosmo. I totally relate. I've been told that before, but the whole point of what I do is to help out developers who may not have the financial means of getting services like that. Well, that's awesome. You know, maybe like a Ko-fi, right? So that way, if someone feels inclined, they'll know where to donate. Of course, they could just subscribe to your Twitch or something like that to help out as well. But yeah, sometimes I feel like people don't quite know that you're accepting donations until you set something like that up. So that could be helpful. I would gladly just test without pay, as I'm just there to make sure things are mostly crushed for the devs. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, it's rough being a dev because there, you don't know that there's money at the end of the tunnel, right? I mean, after a long dev cycle, you would like for there to be money. You know, you'd like for enough players to purchase the game to make it worthwhile, but chances are it's going to be less than minimum wage after everything's said and done, and that's kind of sad. But what are you gonna do? You got to do what you love, and sometimes you need a day job to get by. Yeah, it's a high risk, high reward situation. Well said. I guess I could include a donation link in the report. That's not a bad idea. I mean, if you've got a way to set that up, or if you've got that already set up, or if it's easy for you to set up, that's definitely not a bad idea. I know personally, I had trouble subbing to people on Twitch because it like goes against my nature kind of thing, but I think I'm going to get over that pretty soon here. Once I start bringing in more money, I think I'm going to start subbing for people, subbing on people's channels. Because it's, you know, it's one of those things. People sub on my channel, and then I feel like I should be subbing on other people's channels, and eventually Twitch is going to start making money, so I'll have to give back some of that. So, well, Rick, if you ever want to have me play Overload, let me know. I'll gladly set a day for it. Yeah, I mean, honestly, my schedule is kind of not there right now, but I kind of want to have a schedule. So that would be fun. I don't have you on Discord, but I do have a Discord server. Whoa, that's weird, because I didn't type anything and it just did that on its own. I just brought up the Discord server and there it was. But yeah, if you join the Discord server, that makes it pretty easy to find me. Otherwise, you could send me a whisper also. That'll make it easy for me to go back and send you my stuff after the stream. Whatever's easiest for you. Oh, well, I appreciate that very much. Thank you very much for joining. I'll give you a wave. Oh, and you're a tester already, aren't you? Cool. Awesome. Adding friend. Oh, it said friend request failed. Oh, it says you're not accepting friend request. You'll have to add me to become friends. Cool. That's awesome that you put the roles on as you joined. I appreciate that. Yeah, definitely love having testers in my chat, so that's awesome. And yeah, I have to download the game. I actually have VR, so I kind of want to test it in VR, but it might be days, maybe. I don't know. We can chat on that. I did that for a reason of scammers as a content creator, for not accepting friend requests. I totally understand that, man. Holy cow, there is a ton of scammers on Discord. Honestly, if someone just like adds me and I don't know them, then I know that it's a scam. Right? Because we should at least be having a conversation before you add me as a friend, or at least be in a mutual server. And that's another thing. I'll look at their mutual servers, and if it's just one and it's a huge server, again, then I know it's a scam. I don't even give them the time of day anymore. I used to mess with them. Now I don't care. I'm just like, you know what? Get rid of this person. Don't want to see him. But yeah, that sucks as a dev who's got games on itch, right? Because for a while there was those scammers that were like using itch as a platform to host their virus. Man, fuck that shit. That really, really upset me, because itch is like first of all, itch is huge for game devs because not everyone's ready for Steam. Not every game is ready for Steam. Not everyone's got $100 to cough up to put their game up on a network, right? So to have that on itch is massive. Like it's and then also as a gamer, I was very, very broke when I first got a computer that could play games. I went straight to itch, and then or when I first got a computer in the modern era, let's say, itch was where I got a lot of games from because they're free, you know? And I said to myself, one day I'm going to be a game dev and I'm going to put my games on itch and give them away for free also. And that's why I've got so many free games on itch. I do want to start making money off my games eventually, but I love giving them away for free because itch is an awesome spot. It just broke my heart to see that they were using itch to host their virus. Like, oh my god. Like, and then telling people that they were a dev looking for feedback. Oh man, that just upsets me still. Yeah, no. It's making me anxious just talking about it. Never accept friend requests on Discord unless I've spoken to them already. That's a good plan. Even to get it greenlighted on Steam can be tedious. Yeah, I mean, well, like the greenlight process back in the day was crazy tough. It was like you had to win a popularity contest to get greenlit back when they had that. But now it's like you basically got to jump through their hoops, right? And you don't have to jump through all of them, but the more hoops you jump through, the better like placement you're gonna get, and the better the algorithm's gonna treat you. So yeah, I'd see that. And then there's the $100. So yeah. Or like Retro Spaceball wasn't being shown in Germany and like some other countries because of some new rule that came up, and I had to like go back and change the Steam page like retroactively because someone was like, hey, your game's not showing up in my country. And I was like, oh, that's not good. So yeah, there are definitely hoops to jump through on Steam. Alright, so I've pretty much fixed the issues. Wait, there was one more. What was the other one? It was in the build log. 8G. Let's take a look at 8G. Somewhere over here. Got the backgrounds here. We got Pyrotoad. We'll go to 8G color. Let's take a look at 8G and A sprite. And then we'll put it on the tile counter as well. There we go. Alright, so 8G is telling me that there's too many tiles being used. Which makes sense, because look at all these unique tiles. All this is what they call a heat map. So the more red it is, the more unique it is. However, if we play the level, which we'll be able to in just a second. What is it, level 9? It's level 8. It just says scene 9 because scene 2 is missing. Here's scene 2. But it's nearly done. When it says linking, that's when it's close. It's saying I'm using 448 where the tile limit is 384. That's weird because I remember the tile limit being 192. But also if I click on this with this, usually it will tell you how many tiles you've gone over and all that stuff. So I don't know. Anyways, there's a debug menu here, so we'll just go to level 8 and we'll take a look to see if there's any deformities. And I died already. So far, so good, though. I'm not seeing anything that looks terribly off. Oh, just walked right into the spikes. Ay. We'll catch that Pokemon. Oh, I hit the button, didn't I? Well. 8. Alright. This is the jump button. I got shot. Perk of being a dev is you can see how the game works. It's true. I imagine that you're talking about with your testing and stuff too. I'm sure that helped as far as how well you can play Overload, because if you like were there when some of the features weren't there yet, you can kind of see how they work, like you said. So this bullet's not animated, but I'm pretty sure I made a frame to animate it. So that should be the next thing I set up. Bye. Oh, we've got an ad about to start, but I'm gonna skip it. Yep, that also helped. I had builds that weren't available to normal early access players. They got them after they were revamped. That's awesome. Yeah, I always wanted to be like a beta tester on that level, like to like talk to the devs and stuff like that, but that's never actually happened for me. I've done some type of widespread beta testing on games and stuff like that, but nothing where it was like I'm talking to this big studio about this game they're working on. It's always little guys like me that I do beta testing for. But more often than not, it's my own games that I'm beta testing, right? Because how often do my games get out of beta? That's weird how that that thing is reacting there. I kind of want to see what's up with that. Yeah, it's so weird. I'm hitting the trigger, but it's not doing anything. So that is interesting. Maybe it has something to do with this the platformer plugin, because that's what we're using for that. Oh, and then I get shot. I'm actually really bad at this game. Like, I didn't design it, so it's not like the type of game that I would probably make, considering that I'm so bad on it. Yep, did it again. Walked right onto it. It is cool and it's fun. I think people will like it. I mean, it is difficult, so one of those games where it's like people who like hard games will enjoy it more than people who get frustrated easily. But I'm like in between, because I don't get frustrated easily, and I'm like, I'm not bad at playing these games, but I'm also not terribly great. Oh, that one's got the old bullet. Oh, jumped right into the thing. I did send a friend request, but take your time on it, Rick. Oh yeah, no worries. Love the difficult games. Awesome. It looks like the first Mega Man. Well, shit. Once this is at a playable state, we might want you to test it, because it's one of those games where it's going to need a little bit of massaging to get it just right. But it's, you know, made for people who play hard games. So, wow, look at that. I landed on top of it. That was interesting. It was very interesting. I'm better at breaking games like this than I am at playing them. I don't know, I got really into Donkey Kong Country when I was a kid. And after that, I got really into Super Mario World again, right? Because I like played through Super Mario World back in 92 or whatever when I got it, 91 or 92. And I didn't jump on it that time. I want to jump on it. It won't let me jump on it now. Weird. Maybe you gotta be this kind of frog. Go, go. Oh, it didn't work. Didn't work. That's so weird that I was able to jump on it that one time. This seems like a frame perfect level game, so that will be fun. It's weird. It's like a precision puzzle platformer, right? So there is some precise stuff. Like if you jump all the way up, you'll hit the ceiling. Well, sometimes there's like jumps that you can't hit the ceiling because there's spikes and that kind of stuff. Also, you can't always see what's ahead, so you kind of have to like die sometimes to figure out the level, which makes it, you know, more difficult. We'll snooze that ad once again. So yeah, I want to make it so the bullets are animated, because I did give them that frame. And then there was that one turret that's not shooting correctly. So I will have to go fix that. But the backgrounds look fine. It's telling me that I'm using too many unique tiles, but I think that's because if I were to be using, or if we as a team were to be using the UI system that's like built into GB Studio, then that wouldn't load correctly because that uses some of the tiles. So I think we're actually okay because we're not using that. Ah, it's so hard. It's so hard. This is, like I said, the 8th level, so it's not like this will be like right away. It doesn't just drop you into this. I'm gonna try to land on that guy every time now. Alright, what's next? What's next? Jumping up here. We can do this. Not too hard. Yeesh. Yeah, I'm not sure when we'll have a build that's like ready for the public yet, though. That's one thing that I'm unsure of. Since I'm not actually designing the game, I'm just making the art for it. A lot of it is kind of up to Johnny, and we haven't really talked about it. I imagine he wants the art to be in there, and there's still quite a few levels to be made. And it's taking me some time to make these levels because of all the going back and fixing, and honestly, this is the first time I've ever done a Game Boy Color game, so I'm actually learning quite a bit as I go. But I have done quite a bit in what they call the DMG mode, like the black and white Game Boy mode. So I've done tile swapping and a whole bunch of stuff that, oh, I ran into the spikes, that a lot of other devs are kind of like reluctant to do because it's scary, I guess. He's trying to get back to his tadpoles. Hey, I like it. I like it. Although, yeah, because toads have tadpoles too, don't they? Or do they? I guess it depends on the toad, maybe. You ever seen those toads that have holes in them and the toads pop out of the holes? That shit's crazy. That blows my mind. Are those marsupials? Or are they amphibians? Yeah, honestly, for a while we weren't sure whether we were going to do a frog or a toad. But toad works. All right, now we got the key, so we're like what, halfway through the level. All right, so now we have to not hit these and not jump too high. Oh, and there's a shooter that I missed. Oh, that was weird. Did you see that? I can't repro. Oh. I wonder if it has something to do with the collider. Well, I mean, clearly it has something to do with the collider. But I just recently changed... Oh, no. I didn't. That's what it is. I found the bug. So, earlier in the stream, I was... Oh, sorry. I need to catch up on chat here. I honestly have no idea. Rodents. Yeah, odd collisions on the power-up. Could be something to do with the hitbox. Yes, that's exactly what it is. So what happened was, earlier in the stream, I was fixing things, and then I broke something, right? But I didn't go back and fix the things that I fixed after I went back to an older version. So yeah, that's why some of these things are acting weird. Where am I going here? Sprites. Alright, so if we look at the Pyrotoad collision box, it takes up the whole thing. Meanwhile, if we go to the Croaker collision box, it doesn't take up the whole thing. So we just need those colliders to match. And that was an oversight on my behalf. And that should fix it. What else was there? Those bullets, right? Let's go to the bullets. I guess we'll save that. Bullets. This is the bullet. So yeah, it's got an animation and it's idle. But is it not animating? It should look like this. However, it didn't seem to appear that way. And I don't know if that's because of the way that the thing works. Ah, the animation speed, that's what we need. So we'll just... Wait, we probably want it to be fast, right? So what, 6 maybe? Because the default animation state should be fine. Oh. Hitting stuff around. When fixing breaks the fix you were trying to fix when you fix it. Exactly. I'm glad you understand. We do have another ad break. Alright. Last snooze on the ad break, and then we'll have to watch it in 6 minutes. So heads up, there's an ad break in 6 minutes. Okay, so what else was there? There was a shooter here. This one is the wrong sprite. So at the turrets, we'll make it pointing up. We'll go to our bullets. Bullets. The animation speed, we'll put it at 6. And I think this one, yeah, needs a bullet also. We'll put that at 6. Yes. And then let's take a look at these ones. 6. Actually, I'm not sure that 6 is what we want. And this one should be facing up. And needs a bullet. 6. Did I change this one to bullet? I did, okay. This one. Take a bullet. And... 6. Yeah, so the reason why I'm having to go through and change all of them individually is because that, first of all, they're prefabs, but they're not set up 100% properly, unfortunately. Because like this one is shooter down, where we could have just made them all just one shooter, just made them all one prefab instead of different prefabs doing different things, and then made the adjustments to just make it down, change the couple things on here to make it shoot down. But either way, it's just a few things, so it's not like a big deal. But I just wanted to make that clear for anyone who's looking at the engine prospectively. Oh, by the way, there's someone in YouTube chat that I did not recognize or didn't realize earlier, so sorry that I didn't read the chat, but they say, hey, Game Boy Color devs, how many color can I have with automatic background color detection? It's a good question. So the way that works is that you can only have 8 palettes per scene. And that's including your sprite palette. Once you go over 8, it starts to just mangle things. And so the next thing is that you can only have 4 colors per tile, right? But you can't mix and match those palettes. So each tile has to have a certain number of palettes to it, or a certain, it has to fit that palette, right? So if your darkest dark is dark, and you try to use that with a sprite that doesn't have any dark, I'm having trouble explaining it, but yeah, essentially it's more about making sure that the palette use works properly. So hopefully that answers your question. Again, sorry I didn't read the chat in YouTube right away. Should have OBS pulled up here. I've been kind of all over the place. Oh, and it looks like it didn't even put it in the OBS chat, so that could be an issue. Well, during the ad break, I'm gonna try to set up the chat, but we still got another couple minutes for the ad. All right, so I kind of want to test the speed of the animation for the bullets before I like go around changing everything to 6, because if 6 is no good, then we're gonna have to change it all again. So I'm just gonna wait for this to build here for a second. Alright, pop out chat. I'm trying to fix the YouTube thing while this is building. Alright, and then OBS, docs, custom browser docs. Ah, now it's fixed. Now I can see the YouTube chat on OBS. But I wouldn't have known if no one would have chatted, so thank you for chatting. Alright, it's linking now, so that means it's nearly done. We've got 30 seconds for the ad. How is RSB coming? That's a great question too. So, did you see Xenotilt? Looks like another fun take on pinball. Yeah, no, I'm a big fan of the Xenotilt and Demon's Tilt. Yeah. Funny story about that, actually. Well, yeah, but first of all, I did the alpha, or what is it, the early access for Xenotilt for sure. So I've been playing that since it started early access. But yeah, so a long time ago, I was playing TurboGrafx 16 games, and I found Devil's Crush, which is a pinball game that has like 3 screens height, and it's 16-bit. It's like it just does the one frame and doesn't continue. So yeah, so I was playing the crap out of Devil's Tilt, or I'm gonna fuck this up. Devil's Crush. So I was playing it a ton. I was just playing it, and I was learning Unity at the same time. And I was like, man, I really want to make like a spiritual successor to Demon's Devil's Crush, right? That's what I was telling myself. I'm like, dude, I'm gonna make a spiritual successor. And then I thought about it enough, and I kept playing it, and I was like getting high scores and taking pictures of the high scores and all this stuff. And then I was like, hold on. If I like this game so much, there's no way that someone else, some other dev out there, isn't gonna beat me to the punch. That's what I decided. I was like, someone's gonna make a spiritual successor to Devil's Crush, and it's gonna be so much better than I could do it, and they're gonna do it so much faster than me, and I'm gonna be sitting there, not able to finish because it won't be a viable product anymore. And sure enough, well, and then I started Retro Spaceball instead. I said, I'm going to do something pinball, but I'm going to make it unique enough where even if someone makes a spiritual successor to Devil's Tilt, or Devil's Crush, then I'll be able to do it, right? So I chose Space because there was another game called Alien Crush, which was like a alien version of Devil's Crush, which is more like Xeno Tilt, right? So these devs, I had no idea they existed, but they did, and they started working on this project maybe like 6 years later after I came up with the idea to do what they were doing, and they still finished before me. So the first time I wrote down anything about Retro Spaceball in a notebook was 2013, and it was before I was capable of doing it. So I just kind of like wrote down the ideas in a notebook, and that's where that started. Welcome back from the ad break. Me and Electric Mindset were just chatting about Devil's Crush, Demon's Tilt, Xeno Tilt, all of that stuff. Yeah, and so I was playing a TurboGrafx game called Devil's Crush that led me into playing, or it led me into making Retro Spaceball, because I wanted to make a spiritual successor, but I decided that some other dev was going to beat me to it, and they did, and that's where Demon's Tilt comes from, and Xeno Tilt. That's where those come from. So yeah. We have something here called Yagpin, where you pay like $5 for a day pass and can play hundreds of pinball machines from classic to modern for free. That's awesome. We have something like that in the States, but honestly, it's just barcades that set their stuff to free play. But you do find that a lot of them don't set the pinball machines to free play. And I think the reason for that is because, because they're more expensive to upkeep. When you see problems and stuff at arcades, it's usually the pinball machines, and it's not usually the CRTs or the cabs with the arcade machines. I mean, those can have problems too, especially the Laserdisc ones, from what I hear. But you generally saw it more with pinball machines, and that's because there's more moving parts, more wear and tear. Sometimes the ball will actually break the course, right? The playing field, things like that. But yeah, what I was doing in Phoenix was I was going to a convention where you could play all of these games for free, all of the pinball, all of the things, because people would bring their stuff and they kind of advertise their arcades or whatever they had. But there's also just a lot of collectors. And you did see some boutique stuff where like some devs made a game and put it in a cab, and that's super cool. I definitely want to do that. But the whole convention thing, actually, I was talking earlier about Overload and how I was really sick with the flu when I started playing Overload. I actually got that flu at that convention, and this was, like I said, maybe 9 months or so before COVID. So you can get really sick, and apparently these days you can die from convention illness. So like, it's something to think about. But yeah, I just moved to a new area, and I'm eager to check out the barcade scene here. I have not, though. Oh, here's the problem. It's not looping the animation. So on all of these, I have to go hit loop animation now. Yeah. All right. So we've got up, down, and right. So if we apply the changes on each of these, that should actually help. Alright, now we need to test it again to see if that works. But yeah, I'm really eager to check out the barcade scene here. I know it exists, I just haven't gotten to it yet. I know that it's going strong because it's like right downtown, and it's big enough where it's kind of like trying to be a club, but also it's got arcade stuff, right? So they had the same thing going on in Phoenix with one of the barcades. I actually never went to that one while I was in Phoenix because everyone talks so much shit about it at the other barcades. Because there's always people like using the dance floor and stuff, like, you know, like the loud DJs and stuff. No one cared about the games, kind of thing. I think that was Cobra Lounge, but all of my friends would hang out at one called Bonus Round that actually unfortunately went under during the COVID thing, which sucks because that was such a cool bar. It had like this huge mural on one of the walls of all of these different video game characters. They had like a CRT with like a bunch of mini consoles. They had a projector that had like constant gameplay on it all the time. They had tournaments and all that stuff. Imagine dancing instead of playing games. Some real freak energy there. Yeah, exactly. You're surrounded by arcade games, yet you're like, you get mad at people playing them because they're not dancing and they're in the way, like, kind of thing. Yeah. No. And at Bonus Round, they would have bands and stuff, but typically they were like video game friendly bands. You know what I mean? Like they would play VGM and stuff like that, or like, you know, they had other things there too. Oh, that's not the right level. Like one time I went there for Killer Queen because we had the Killer Queen. We had tournaments there, but we also had just like the league nights. And Killer Queen is such a great game. But yeah, one time I went there and everyone was doing Harry Potter. Oh, it's working, and it seems to be the perfect speed, so that's cool. They were doing Harry Potter trivia, which to me is like kind of funny, but I don't know. Wow, that was the fade. I think just the fade looked weird there. Yeah. Anyways, so that's cool that I got those working again, or got that sorted out. Yep. So now this one should be good too. Yep, loop animation, speed 6, because I hit the apply button. If there's a left or a right facing one, that one will need the adjustments. So that's what I'm looking for now. But yeah, I was looking at other like nerd venues in the area, and there is like a Dungeons and Dragons I don't know what you call it. I don't know what to call it. You go there and there is a DM that you pay for that runs your game. How cool is that? And they do a variety of games, but there's some games that they don't do. And on that list was the Star Trek tabletop game, which is kind of sad. But I don't think they'd stop you from going there to play games if you like had your own DM. but you might have to pay some type of thing. Is it working? Oh, it's probably not working. I forgot to refresh, mix it up. Sorry about that. See if mech is working. Something happened. The image is gone. The video is not playing. By the way, I got a whole bunch of redeems now. Oh, now the video is playing. It was just late. There is a Kadabra in chat, which is a Gen 1 Pokemon. Oh, what did I just do? I clicked the wrong thing. I'm gonna try to catch that with the Ultra Ball, because went AFK as my delivery for a storage bin, and the cat's food and litter was sent to a different apartment in the complex. Well, that's cool that you were able to find it. No worries about going AFK. Slay, Kadabra. Yeah, that's cool that you were able to find it. You know, I got packages delivered to the wrong address, and I didn't know if they were gonna come because they took a picture of the wrong house. Right? But my mom was the one who sent the stuff, so they sent the picture to her, and then she sent the picture to me, and I'm like, I'm telling you, that's not my house. I had to take a picture of my doorstep, and then she went and complained, and she got a refund. But then the next day, the stuff that she ordered showed up at my door. So I think the neighbor actually found my address and drove it out here. So that was very nice of them. Wasn't expecting that. But I guess when you're in an apartment complex, it's a little bit easier to see. But 40 pounds of stuff down to the first floor, yeah, that sucks, man. 40 pounds, yeah, no. Cat litter's the thing. I'm actually petless at the moment. I'm not sure if I'm going to get a pet. I'm kind of leaning on no because of the financial stuff and, you know, the amount of care and stuff that they need. And I love pets, but also, like, it's hard for me to watch them to be, you know, what's the word for it? In captivity, right? Because most pets want to be out, even though they don't know that it's probably not a good idea for them to be out. Obviously, I'm not just gonna go and free other people's cats or anything like that, but at the same time, it's really hard for me to watch a cat that just wants to get out, you know? And some cats are different. Some cats don't care about going out. Some cats care a lot, yeah. Cosmo is just needy and was being a crazy kitty when he saw me filling the food container. Yeah. Just got in trouble in another stream because they were playing a procedural generated game, and apparently the monster with a cute face I commented on was given a name that was a racial slur I didn't know about. Oh, wow. That's interesting. Yeah. That's very not cool. Obviously not on your behalf, you did nothing wrong. But yeah. Strive to fight racism, of course. So how many levels are in this game? Right now, I think there's 32. If we scroll all the way down, 33 it looks like right now. Yeah, that is not fun. If you are not in the know, as they should have been a bit more lenient. Yeah, I'm honestly I'm still a little confused about how that all worked out, but yeah, I can't imagine that you were throwing around racial slurs in a chat, because no one stands for that, or no one cool anyways. Yeah, so there's still some things that need to be sorted, but most of the mechanics seem to be in place. I know for a while Johnny was really going to town on mechanics, just make new levels, make new mechanics, but now it sounds like he's kind of slowing down. Hey, Johnny's here. The latest build should have 37 scenes. Oh, cool, cool. So there must be a build that you need to send me then, Johnny, because this is the most up-to-date one that I have, I believe. And we're at 33. But yeah, I was going through and I fixed a couple of the issues. Where was it? I fixed the brick. That was a tile issue. I just had to clean up some of the tiles I made. I think these were different. I made them the same as these, so that helped. Just a few little random things that were like unique tiles where they didn't need to be and that kind of stuff. So I've made some changes to these guys. They now have an animated bullet that loops, and it's at a quick speed, so it kind of flashes. Yeah, I made them directional, so now if you wanted to, you can make them aim at different directions with the point of a button, or a click of a button. Sounds like a good length for a game. Laughing my ass off after people noticed some of the creature names. They ended the stream. Oh wow! So like the developers were the racist people. Then that's messed up. I'll be AFK again soon, knowing there's a package being delivered for my new place that I'm getting early. Okay, no problem. Anytime you need to dip off, that's totally cool. And I definitely appreciate you hanging out too. Thanks for stopping by, Cosmo. Yeah, man, thanks so much. Yeah, so all of them should be fixed. Earlier I was looking for a right-facing one, and I didn't find it. No worries, as I love hanging here and talking. Much love, Rick and chat. Yeah, thank you so much. And have a great rest of your day. And I hope all of your package stuff goes well. I hope you're not carrying 40 pounds again. But yeah, Johnny, I noticed that you had what looked like turrets that move, so that's something that we may want to animate later, but like this one I think is supposed to be a moving turret, right? Or no? Yeah, because this thing is telling it to shoot. So right now it's just going to be electricity, but we can change that. Yeah, just in this level. Okay, well, that won't be a big issue. Are they all vertical, it looks like, then? Because that will make it a little easier. Does this one move side to side? Nope. Yeah, it looks like... Oh, this one's horizontal. Okay, yeah. So we could do a couple different things. What I've got right now looks like this, but what we could do is animate it pretty easily. Not sure the best way. Maybe some sub-pixel animation across this thing, or maybe in the back also. Or we could even make these things move up and down. I think that might be a good starting point. Oh, total miss. By the way, the build I sent on 1/20/25. Oh, so you know what? Maybe I think I just forgot to use the newest build. Now I feel stupid. Yep, there it is. Well, that's okay. There'll be a few little things that I'll need to redo, but nothing too big. Yeah, I wonder if we did something different this. That might look cool. Projects, not mine. Hey Kixie, how you doing? Thanks for popping in. Hopefully it's not too much trouble to move over the new changes. Yeah, no, it shouldn't be too bad. There was a couple things that I changed, and then but I think it's just mostly the turrets and the bullets, so it's mostly things that I just did now. And then the art should just drop right in. Call the containment team. You'll have to explain. Is she contagious? I'm good, but a bit ugh because I have to do a split shift today. Oh, jeez. Well, that's not fun. Hopefully you don't have to, like, go back and forth on the road. Hopefully you can do it from home or whatever. But yeah, that split shift. I haven't done a split shift since the pizza place. And those were always the worst because it would be like... Come in the morning when there's nothing to do, and then leave in the afternoon while there's still nothing to do. But we needed you to take in the shipment into the walk-in cooler, so I would just be there to reorganize the cooler, you know, first in, first out, right? Which is like boxes of cheese, you know, really heavy boxes of cheese. You have to go back. Oh, that's the worst. That is ugh. I feel that. And I imagine you're not close to it either, because the city is, yeah, that sucks. That really sucks. A Contra game? Were you playing a Contra looking game? Oh, you were playing Iron Meat. Yeah, he was playing Iron Meat. That's right. I dropped in for a little bit of that, I think. I can't remember if I was lurking myself. I might have just been lurking. But I actually haven't played Iron Meat. I've seen a lot about it, but I haven't played it, I don't think. I have something else that's just like it, and I can't remember if I have it on Steam or on my Switch. Now I need to find it. Where am I even looking here? I don't know where it would be. It's somewhere in this big long list. But I don't think I have Iron Meat, so that's not gonna help searching for that. Oh. There's Overload. We were talking about that earlier. Oh, did it again. Huh. Oh, Wild Dogs. This is one of those run and gun types. Got the music going. Double music. Ah! Dropped my mouse. Sometimes that happens. Oh, that's overload. Where did Steam go? There it is. There's a lot of skins you can unlock alongside co-op. That's dope. The art for is so good. Iron Meat, yeah, that art looks fantastic for that. There's like what buses like eating things and stuff. It's some out of this world stuff. You can play as an angry humanoid banana and what is basically a street shark. I keep meaning to try FTL. I've been playing FTL again. It's just so fun. It's hard. It's like really hard. So definitely play on easy mode because I'm trying to play on normal mode and I still can't beat it on normal mode. I can beat it on easy mode, but not on normal. And also it took me like a couple of years to beat it on easy mode. So like it's one of those games where you're probably going to lose a lot. There is meta progression, but it's not what you're expecting because this game came out in like 2014. So the meta progression is like you unlocked a new ship kind of thing, which makes it harder probably. Oh, there's a Pokemon in chat. Catch up here. I could never win FTL. Oh yeah, no, I beat it on easy mode. Hard or medium is really, really hard. I can't even imagine why they made a hard mode because I doubt the first sector is beatable on hard mode. You know what I mean? Maybe with just the right ship. I always get frustrated and some make ruin into space intentionally. I've never done that. But the first time that I actually saw the game, I was in Bloomington, Illinois, with a roommate. This guy was hilarious. I mean, he was a definite drug person, right? But he had this projector in the living room, and he never left the living room. He would have his food delivered, and he would like have his friend go get it, and he would just sit on the couch, and his friends would come over and. It was fun. We had fun. You know, he's like a party dude. We both had long dreadlocks at the time. Actually, no, I had short dreadlocks. And he had long dreadlocks. But yeah, it was good time. And he's like, "Oh, you like indie games?" I was like, "Yeah, I love indie games. I'm a indie game developer." And he's like, "That's awesome. I like indie games too." I was like, "Really? You're playing PlayStation 4 like crazy here, you know? You're like really into AAA stuff." But he's like, "Oh yeah, but there's some really good AAA games out there." And he shows me FTL, and he's like super surprised that I don't know what FTL is at the time, because this was like 2013. So that game must have came out in like 2012 or 2011 or something like that. This is just gonna keep playing if I don't stop it. Now I kind of want to know. Okay, 2012 FTL came out. So about a year after it came out, my buddy was like, "How do you not know this? You like indie games?" And so we sit there and I watch him play on the projector, and he names me as one of the crew. And that was like enough to make it enticing. Like it felt like I was playing it, because he would ask me, "What do you think I should do?" You know? And this guy was cool, because he's like, the first day I moved into his place, he's like, "All right, dude, we're gonna watch the entire series of either Star Trek The Next Generation or Battlestar Galactica. You get to choose, but it's one or the other." And I was like, I don't really know Star Trek that well, or Battlestar Galactica. He's like, you don't watch Star Trek? I was like, well, I saw The Wrath of Khan. I remember that. Or no, I didn't even say it like that. I was like, I remember these earworms. And he's like, The Wrath of Khan. So yeah, he was a fun guy. He showed me FTL. But it's really one of those games where you could totally put your stream chat as the characters, and then when they die, it's like a theatrical thing. Like it's like, oh no, we lost him. Otherwise, it's just like, oh, we lost so and such. Who cares? Let's get a new one. But if you name them, all of a sudden it's more meaningful. You're like, do we want to send him down to that planet? He might not come back. You know, like I don't know. This is a fun one. Casey says, I love easy mode. Yeah, no, that game requires easy mode. Oh, there was an ad. I'm sorry. I just talked right through the ad. No, now there's an ad. Never mind. I didn't talk through it. I didn't watch a ton of sci-fi shows. Yeah, you know, honestly, I didn't really either when I was growing up. I got really into Earth 2, which is funny because I'm actually rewatching that now. Sliders, I remember getting into that, and X-Files. I haven't rewatched Sliders, but I probably will get to that. That was a little bit weird. But yeah, after the ad break, I could definitely talk more about sci-fi shows. Oops. Losing my water cap. Ever watch Fringe? No, I don't know Fringe. I'm not familiar with that one. It looks interesting though. I'm looking it up right now. 2008, 5 seasons. FBI teams up with a formerly institutionalized scientist. Kixie says she's seen Fringe. Not the Fridge, but the Fringe. Alternate world stuff. You should try Scavenger SV4 sometime. Is that another show? Or is this a game? Oh, it's a game. Let's take a look.
Lately, I've been having this reoccurring dream. I'm alone on a ship. The details
Oh, I did it again.
shift and change, but I'm always in the same place.
The details shift and change.
For a hellishly radioactive
Cute.
alien world. I send down a rover and I search the surface. I'm not sure what I'm looking for. The place seems long abandoned.
That looks dope.
I find things and I bring them back to the ship. Some of them I can use. Some of them I can't even understand. Sometimes things find me. It's not safe down there. The dream always starts the same way.
Looks a lot safer than a Helldiver's planet, that's for sure. Been playing too much Helldivers lately.
What's happening to me? I'm just trying to make sense of it. Help me.
Well, that looks interesting. It looks like, I don't know, 2018. Interesting. Well, yeah, that might be something worth checking out. Rick Oakland is the Helldiver. I have been recently, not gonna lie, been playing too much. And any minute, one of my friends is gonna get home from work and be like, "Hey, you want to play some more Helldivers?" Because it's been daily. All right. So yeah, before the ad break, I was talking about how my roommate was telling me that I had to watch either Battlestar Galactica or Next Generation, and I chose Battlestar, and we made it through almost the entire series before I moved out. I was only there for a few months. Yeah, so what, from like November to May, I think I lived there, and we got through nearly the entire series. And then I picked it up again in 2017 or so while I was working on Retro Spaceball when I was first starting that project, and I was watching it on one of those pirate sites, and I just never got to the end, and I don't remember what episode I was on, and like it's really hard for me to finish Battlestar Galactica. I still haven't finished it. But I did finish The Next Generation, and I loved it. Honestly, I probably liked it a lot more than I thought I was going to. I think I liked it more than Battlestar, considering that like I could go back and rewatch Star Trek before I go back to Battlestar. Not that I didn't like Battlestar; it was good. It's just, you know, it's a lot to catch up on. Yeah. I see fridge daily. That's funny. Where'd my music go? It got real quiet in here all of a sudden. I kind of want to bust out my Switch and just look at what this game was called, because I don't remember, but I know it was a running gun, an indie running gun. And it was just like Iron Meat, like a Super Nintendo era graphics, but I can't remember the name. Oh, and of course my Switch is like dead. Let me plug that in real quick. This is the first time my Switch has ever been dead, I think. Because I usually keep it on a dock. But yeah, this Wild Dogs game is cool. It's like a Game Boy style graphics, but not quite, right? Game Boy-esque. Oh yeah, apparently my Switch won't even start until it's got some charge, so... Well, that's out of the question. I'm trying to remember what it was called, but it's not coming to me. It was, Blazing Chrome. Blazing Chrome. I can't spell. Blazing Chrome. I just saw it. There's no space. Blazing Chrome. There's a demo. Or no, is that DLC? What did I see? Oh, it's a game guide. Interesting. I don't think I've ever seen this commercial. The claymation. What do I play on Switch? I don't play anything else. I'm like everyone else. I just have it. I don't know why it keeps hiccuping. Oh, my music is still playing in the background. No, it's not. That's not entirely true. I do play games on Switch on occasion. It's just been a long time. it's a lot easier to remember when it is on and I can look at the library. But those Nintendo Switch online games, I do play those. I definitely play those. WarioWare's on there. Nintendo 64 online, I pay like $40 a year for. So I do play that on occasion if I can get my friends to play with me, which is harder and harder to do. It's got Perfect Dark on there. Have you ever played Perfect Dark online, dude? That's so cool. It's like way cool. GoldenEye's on there. I went through and got all the cheats again because I was able to when I was back in junior high. So I did it again. Yeah, when I was in junior high, one of my friends, he actually let me borrow his GoldenEye cartridge so I could get all the cheats for him. And I did it over the weekend, like without any pay or anything. He was ecstatic. At first he didn't believe me. He's like, "You can get invisibility, invisible cheat, the invisible cheat." I was like, "Yeah, you have to be the facility in under 2 minutes and 15 seconds." How do you do that? Well, you just run and you know exactly what to do and you don't bother killing people because that's just gonna slow you down unless they're like right there ready to be shot. There's like 3 people that you gotta kill, and hopefully the scientist is in the right spot to give you the key card, because otherwise you're gonna have to start over again. Just the N64 one. Yeah, Perfect Dark is awesome, but playing it online is like that much better, right? Because then you don't have to be in the same room as the person and they could be in a different state and you can still play with them. I really want to play Twisted I almost said Twisted Metal. 1080 snowboarding. There was another one called Twisted Edge. That's why I was almost going to say that, but 1080 snowboarding is on there, and that's fun. It's only 2-player, but it's still really fun as far as like racing goes. I like racing games. Actually, I've got Need for Speed Hot Pursuit Remaster on my Switch. That's another one that I play. Sometimes if the sale is like exceedingly low and I see it on Switch, it'll just like cause me to purchase it there. And then I regret not having it on Steam usually, but I don't know. It's usually not that big of an issue to just play it on one or the other. But yeah, now that I have my Steam Deck, it's a little bit like, well, I guess I'm done buying games on Switch because it's just that much more convenient to have them all in one place. But yeah, Blazing Chrome is dope, so I have that on Switch. I think I paid full price for that because I wanted to help the devs. They're a smaller team. I think I follow them on Twitter. This looks like the publisher, huh? Yeah. Nope. Don't do that again. I have games on Switch I regret not having on Steam. Yeah, absolutely. It's not terrible, you know? I don't know. I'm probably not going to get a Switch 2. It just doesn't sound like something that I would really appreciate that much. I don't know. Then again, like, I'm sure the new Mario Kart's going to be fun. And, you know, it won't be as fun to play the old Mario Kart when no one's there anymore, but, you know. I also heard that they're raising the price of their already expensive games, so that's going to be interesting. I might get a Switch 2 so that my original Switch has company while I'm ignoring it. There you go. That's a good answer. Yeah, apparently this charger is not charging my Switch fast enough. So I'm gonna find a different one. Yep, nope, still not enough battery to turn it on. Well, that's sad. Hopefully it's not dead forever. That was 7% of nonsense. I honestly only play Switch games through emulators until they start putting their games on real sales. That was 7% off nonsense. I get it now. Yeah, The first party Nintendo games are way overpriced if you ask me, but at the same time, like I was talking with the Electric Mindset in DMs, I was saying that it's good to see the price of games go up in general. It sucks as a gamer because I like paying less for games and I don't have all that much money to spend on games. But as a developer, I want to see the price of games not just bottom out completely, because that's what it feels like right now. It feels like if you don't put your game on sale for $5 eventually, then like no one's gonna buy it, and that's sad, but you know, that's just the way it is. Gotta do what you gotta do. All right, so something that I noticed here is that these are like not there on that, so I think I'm gonna do that and fix these, and then what? Oh no, this one. Is that right? And then this. Yeah. So now this should look animated. Actually, we could give it little dots here too to make it look more like fire or something. Oh, total miss. And then I'm gonna save this as, because I don't want to save over my civilian. Go back to animate actors. Turret moving. I'm also gonna export it as the other one. Turret directional. Because we only need one. But now, what's cool about this software, and I don't think Photoshop has an easy way of doing this either, which is always a plus, is that you can import sprite sheets just like that, right? And then what you can do is make a tag or a loop, and then you can see the animation. So that's what it'll look like when it's moving back and forth. And then also it'll switch left and right automatically. So that's what we need. We go back into GB Studio here. Well, let's make sure we're opening the right project here. So somewhere here. Let's see. I think this is the newest. 2025. Yeah. Alright, yeah, so now we've got this issue and the lily pads are still there. So we know we're in the right spot. Those two things are really easy to fix. We just need 8G, and where's the other one? 8G, 9G color? 9G color edit 2. And then there was a 4M color. I think these are the ones. Actually, we don't need to change 8G. It's throwing errors, but it actually is, because it's a unique tile thing, it's within the range that the UI is using those tiles and we're not using the UI, so it's definitely working fine. All right, so we can go into this one. and just throw them here. Delete this. Oh, didn't mean to open it. Delete the suffix. And then just replace the old ones. And now these guys are fixed. If we take a look, you can see I changed the color of them, but it works. I had to do that because we were running out of pallets, probably because of this. And then if we go up to this one, you can see that that brick is no longer missing because of the optimizations I made earlier in the stream. So that fixes those issues. Next we want our actor. Go to this guy here. I missed a little bit of chat here. It says, I was 18 years old before someone told me that turrets is not pronounced Tourette's. Interesting. Kixie says, I am guilty of buying games on sale. Yeah, I am too. Yeah, that does happen. The Electric Mindset says, I almost always buy games on sale because I just don't have a huge disposable income. I'm right there with you. Back when I was making over 100,000 a year, I didn't care if a game was on sale or not. Damn, dude, 100,000 a year? That's hardcore. Casey says, I buy a lot of games which I wouldn't be able to if I didn't look for sales. I would have to be a lot more choosy and take less risks when buying. I totally feel that. Absolutely. But also, as a developer, every once in a while, I will see a developer that I know through social media, and I will pay full price on purpose. That's just how I show my support, I guess. But also, if someone on the podcast is like, "Oh, I'll give you a key," I'm usually like, "Just let me buy your game, dude." You know what I mean? Death Rings of Jupiter. I paid for Death Rings of Jupiter. It was like $5 or something like that. He offered me a key, but it's like, dude, you don't need testing. I'm not a content creator. I just want to play the game, and I enjoy you as a developer. So I didn't mind paying Albatross Wirehead the $5 or whatever it was to play Death Rings of Jupiter. And Electric Mindset, I think you beat Death Rings of Jupiter, didn't you? I find it's easier to buy indies, and I pay full price for indies more often than not. I would also say that some devs do this to themselves because they will release with a discount. Yes, that makes sense. That is supporting friendlies. I have to look it up. Death Rings of Jupiter, that was Albatross Wirehead's game that kind of started Terrain, really, because there was Evidence of Life, which was kind of extension of Death Rings of Jupiter, if you will. And then Terrain is an extension of Evidence of Life. So Death Rings of Jupiter has that DNA in Terrain, which is really cool. Wait, I do remember this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you had a good time with it because Albatross Wirehead, I know that both Just Wall and L Wirehead are very fond of you, but they were bringing up your experience because you always have some of the best indie testing experiences out there. They made me a beast and changed the name of an enemy. Yeah, they put you in the game, right? You're a boss or something in the game. That's right. No, it's all coming back to me. It's recorded on the podcast. Yeah, you should check that podcast episode out if you get time one of these days because they talked about you a lot. You've come up on the podcast numerous times. I swear we're gonna have you on there one of these days. Probably sooner than later. Now that I'm moved in, there's no reason why I can't start the podcast back up. I was actually thinking about doing a round table thing, where we have a bunch of people just talking about the state of the industry and just all the nuanced stuff. Just I have a list of questions, what makes a game kind of questions, you know, that, you know, anyone could like throw their 2 cents in, and no one is really right or wrong kind of opinion stuff, which I feel like is good to like lump together, because a lot of the podcast is all very factual or very historical, is like, this is what we did during the development, this is the post-mortem type thing. So it'd be cool to have something that's a little bit more wishy-washy, but like lump it all together. That honestly blows my mind. I genuinely never would have think anyone would talk about me. No, you've come up on the podcast a few times. If it wasn't for you, I would have never known anyone really cares about my reports. That's your own fault for not realizing that other people care about this stuff. I mean, it's also their fault too for not letting you know, because that's kind of bullshit. If someone receives a report, they should let you know that how appreciative it is, or how appreciative they are, and how beneficial it was, all of that stuff. There's a Pokemon in chat, a wild Litleo. Just a freak enemy, as I should be. Oh man, that's awesome. That's so cool they put you in the game, though. I don't think I've been put into a game yet by anyone else but myself, so. And usually it's just like my voice or something. I don't actually put my full self in. All right, so we wanted animated actors. We've got this turret thing somewhere over here. In this thing, we've got our directional turret, which has the animations in it now. We'll go into our folder here. Got our assets, our sprites, and we can just paste it right here. Right? Or no, we want to do it over that one, I think. So let's do that. All right, so we've replaced that. So if we go to a level with turrets, not with turrets, but with turrets. So yeah, there will be some things we have to change here, but hopefully this is the last time. All right, so we've got our turret. Let's go into our sprite view. Nah, you're right. I tend to see the stuff I make as not good, but that's not good. You should definitely have some self-appreciation too, you know, and value your time and effort, because it's valuable. Like you said, you were making $100,000 a year at a job. Could be doing that, but instead you're spending your time helping devs who can't afford to pay you. So that's pretty awesome. I think a lot of indie devs are like that too, though. Hell, I think a lot of people who make things are like that. Oh, absolutely. Oh, you got the job from nepotism. Well, okay. Well, shit. How come you don't go back to it? Did you get fired because of non-nepotism? But yeah. Oil industry crashed. Ah, I gotcha. Yeah, my brother was in the oil industry too, and he ducked out, I guess, and went to he's making control boards for like Purina or something, or like, no, not for Purina, for gray matter, but gray matter does work for Purina, I guess. So he's always going to control boards for assembly lines and shit like that. So yeah, let's go to this turret here, and we'll give it some animations. All right, so idle we'll do first. We've got 4 directions, movement. Fixed direction, 4 directions. That's what we want. All right, so let's get rid of this. All right, so for frame 1, idle right. Got, oh, clicking too much. Idle right. Idle left. Isn't there a way to switch them? Ah, here it is. Whoops. There we go. Idle up. Good salary does not always mean great job. Yeah, so true. I wholeheartedly agree, although I've never actually had a great salary before. I hated the job. Yeah. I don't even know the best paying job I had, to be honest. It's one of those things, like, the longer I go, the price, the value, or what, the inflation, things get inflated, and I can't even tell what was worth more anymore, you know? Like when I was making it was like 13 or 14 bucks an hour at a call center for Randstad, working for State Farm. That was like this amazing job, but it was a temporary job, no benefits. And what was cool about it is they let us do whatever the heck we wanted between calls until someone got in trouble for watching Netflix and not answering calls. But then I just read between the calls. And then what was cool about that is that we only got like 9 calls a day until like the storm season hit, because it was catastrophe claims. So it would be like the occasional, like, hey, do I have flood insurance? Like, probably not. You know, kind of call, which sucks, don't get me wrong. They were like emotional calls, but they were never mad at me. But then when I went to TSIS and made a couple bucks more, I think, maybe, or maybe less, I can't even remember. It was about the same. And that's like a credit card processor, and that was like way worse. Like, I remember I was doing like my first day on the phones, and someone was like, well, fuck you. I know I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to the company, but fuck you. I was like, okay. This is my first day, lady. You know, like, that was like the mentality of TSIS. The first day I was getting sweared at, and I wasn't even, that was just the credit card thing. That was like fixing the terminals, like what Justwall kind of does. Well, no, he doesn't fix them. He helps make them. I was fixing them. That was another interesting tangent of that podcast, was that me and Justwall started rapping about credit card terminals. This and then that. And then this, and then that. Is that right? Did I do that right? Yeah, okay. And then up. But yeah, like, I got used to fixing the credit card terminals, but then they put me on chargebacks, which was like the disputes, and it was like every single call was like, where the fuck is my money? And that got so annoying so fast. And then the worst part about that was that there was like no training. Hey, what's up, Sequel Jesus? Thanks for joining. Hope you're doing well. It was like no training for this job. So like I like shadowed someone for a day and got to hear her get yelled at for a little bit, but every case was different, so I just had to like guess. It was so rough. Yeah. It honestly, as an entrepreneur, I will never get a credit card terminal, because I've seen what it's like, and it's not fun for the merchant, which is me, or would be me, right? All right, so now we've got moving turrets if we need them. The bullet, is the bullet on here? I think. Yep, we've got the bullet. So now we just need to link them up. Game world. All right, so this guy, he's gonna shoot a bullet at speed 6, and it's gonna loop. And we're going to apply those changes. All right, yeah. I just want to make sure it was fixed. Here we've got a bullet, 6, loop. I'm not sure what this change is, but looks fine to me. Was there any more in here? Is this a shooter? Yeah, this is a shooter, so this one needs to be a turret, right? A turret. We need to make it aiming up. We need it to have a bullet. We need an animation speed of 6, and it needs to loop. And then we need to apply those changes. These are just moving enemies. Here's a turret facing the wrong way. Fix that. 6 loop. But Sequel, how you been, man? How's the N64 dev going? I saw you had a title screen. That looked really cool. I'm really psyched to play that, actually, to be honest. Where's the next shooter? Yeah, man, game is going good. I'm chipping away at the gameplay. Awesome. Yeah, it looks like you're making an RPG, which is cool because N64 did not have enough RPGs, and like what Quest 64 like was unfinished. It was kind of a mess, and they would have been better off if they would have just used the sprites, right? Because you can still use sprites in N64. Why wouldn't they have done that? It's an RPG. They're like, oh no, it's got to be 3D. But if they would have just stuck to what RPGs were like known for, it would have been probably better or easier or whatever. LOL is really stripped back RPG. It's actually more of a clicker than anything. Well, it's yeah, I mean that's cool. You can do whatever you want with it. But it looked to me like it had some type of RPG elements. At least you're like fighting bad guys in some type of fantasy-ish setting or something. I don't know. But yeah, that's cool though. Honestly, that's kind of what I did with Demon Fish Dead Ahead, was like try to make an RPG, but like remove all of the extras. Like there's no items, there's no inventory, there's no gold, there's no shops. Although honestly, I kind of wanted to put some of that stuff in there, and I just didn't because of the limitations of the game jam. I'm not sure what's a shooter here. I'm checking all of the enemies. All right, so this one is a shooter because it's got this thing to make it shoot. So we'll give it a bullet. Animation speed of 6, loop the animation. And then this guy needs to be a turret. And yep. And it should actually animate automatically. The only problem is that it's going to face the direction that it moves to, I think. So we should check this out. This is level 14. Yeah. What else is in here? Oh. Here's another one. Oh, moving stuff around. So yeah, we'll give it a turret. I'm pretty sure that this isn't going to work as I was planning it. But that's okay. Oh, this is facing the wrong way. Because the way that it's set up is that when it moves, it gives it the direction. So we may need to make a different actor for each directional turret. But that's okay. It's not the end of the world. Alright, so there's that one. This one's gonna be shooting down, I imagine. Yeah, for sure. Laugh aloud. 100% same. I'm adding items, a shop, the primary mode of a character advancement. Oh, okay, that's cool. That's cool. Kixie says, I have to get prepped to go back to work, but I will be in the lurk. Well, thank you for the lurk, and I hope that your day goes smoothly. I'm really sorry to hear about all the ugness of that. Infinite Metal, hey, how's it going? Thanks for joining. Welcome in. Yeah, I'm just going through and making some changes on the Pyrotoad stuff here. So if you don't know, Pyrotoad's a game I'm making with Johnny Manjiro, who was in chat earlier. He might be lurking still. He's been designing it, and I've been doing the art for it. So it's been a lot of fun. Thank you. Have a good day, Rick and everyone. Thank you very much, Kixie. I appreciate that. Alright, so yeah, since this one's moving side to side, we're gonna give it that. This one's moving side to side also, so, and then this one is a turret, so I'm gonna do that. Oh, is there a Pokemon in chat? I totally missed that. Well, I guess I didn't miss it, but almost missed it. And then this is what shoots the bullets. Projectile needs to be a bullet. Animation speed of 6. Loop the animation. Alright. Okay, so this level is 14. So I'm gonna test that real quick. I kind of know that it's gonna look broken, but that's okay. It's giving me an error on 11 now. That's weird. It's telling me that it's got oh. Well, that's weird. Oh, I think that's because of a change that Johnny made. Okay. That's something that I'll be able to fix easily. We'll go to actors, backgrounds, Pyrotoad. Was it 11? This looks like it. Yeah, so if we look at the reference without the dither, you can see that there's spikes there, right? So what we want to do is put these spikes there, I think. Or yeah, we could just do this, copy, we'll put it on a new layer. Wait, did I not get the spikes? Okay. Oops. That kind of works. Or we could do spikes on bottom, flames on top. Oh, where are the flames? Wait a second. Flames are on their own layer. Hold on. There we go. That might be interesting. Actually, yeah, that kind of looks cool because they almost look like torches. But either way, that should fix the issue that we were having. Although I think the background needs to be black on these. But these seem to be still that bluish color. Did you and Johnny set a deadline, or are you just feeling out the project as you go? Well, we haven't set a deadline. I wouldn't say that we're feeling it out as we go, but we kind of are. Like, I feel like we're a little bit more together than just like straight out feeling it out, but at the same time we are kind of still feeling things out. This is our first project working together. Also, I've been going through a whole bunch of life stuff, like right as Johnny came to me, so he's been really patient with me. I appreciate that. It's like a rev share kind of agreement, so there's no, you know, money being thrown around, so it makes it a little bit harder to say like, oh, we need it done now. And I'm gonna have more work on my plate coming up soon to pay bills and stuff, so you know, there's going to be some fluctuations in work rates for me, but yeah, luckily it seems like Johnny's got a gig to make some, you know, real money, and then I've got my freelancing stuff, which is going to start picking up again soon. So yeah, it'll get done when it gets done, but at the same time we're doing it. You know, I would love to have like a date to say like this is when we're going to have a playable, testable thing, but like deadlines kind of suck, and they make things worse. Also, like, don't get me wrong, it's nice to like get things done and like push yourself to get things done if you're like worried that it's not going to get done. But I'm not worried that it's not going to get done. I'm worried that it won't be fun to do if I do it all at once, right? If I just glue myself to this seat and just do this, it's not going to be nearly as fun as if I do it, you know. Well, I'm going to have to do other things for money, so there's that. But as long as I do things, you know, side by side, or kind of like, what's the word I'm looking for? One and then the other kind of thing. Switch back and forth. I'm going to feel a lot better about both of whatever I'm doing. I do that a lot with all types of projects. Deadlines do encourage grinding. Yeah, and that can be bad. I mean, it can be good to like hit a deadline, but if you're just like busting your ass to hit that deadline and then it sucks, you might as well have just taken your time. You know what I mean? And a lot of times when there's like money involved, the deadline means like that's the end of the money. So like there's like no room to fix the issues that came because you met the deadline. You know what I mean? So it can be like a self-fulfilling curse kind of thing. It really depends on the team. It always does. And what else is going on and stuff. Alright, so I'm going to save this and export it. And then, what do we got? Is this the one? I don't know if that's the one. Got all these folders open. I keep hitting the button in GB Studio. Here, this button. And then we got assets. All right, where are we? What did we say? 11 color. Copy. Paste it here. And remove the suffix. Paste it here. There. Now we've got no palette issue. Okay, but I did have that build open. Where did it go? Here it is. Alright, and I'm just gonna warp to I don't remember what level it was. Level 14. Oh. So 14. All right. So yeah, that's what happens when you have them move the way that I set them up. So I'm gonna have to change that. Oh, also that one wasn't shooting the right bullet. Ah, this level's tough. This is the first time playing this level, by the way. I thought there was a safe spot. There's no safe spot. The safe spot's against the wall. Quit shooting me. Ah, you got me. Oh, wow. Jeez. I did it. So yeah, it tries to treat them like an RPG character. So I'm going to have to give them each their own sprite. So that's a little bit of a pain in the ass, but not the end of the world. Because we've got everything we need here. So yeah. So what am I doing here? Get rid of that. Set the loop here. We'll export the sprite sheet. Output the file. Layout, constraints. No, what is it? Is there no way to use the loops with the sprite sheet? Here we are, loop. Yeah, so now it's just the down one. So that's what we need. Although I just pasted over some, or not pasted, saved over something. Let's give it a better name than turret moving sheet. We'll give it turret down and him. Alright. Turret down and him, export. Alright, so now we can loop these. Export sprite sheet. We got the same thing going here. So this is going to be up. Oh, we need a different name. Up. Set the loop here. Alright, exports. Sprite. Oh, that's import. Export as. Wait, I'm doing it again. Export sprite sheet. That's what we want. Alright, and we got the loop. We'll change this to right. Just wish the shots were more predictable so you could plan around them, though it might feel different to play the game with them than watch it. Yeah, there's definitely like a pattern that emerges, but it's not like an easy pattern. It's like the shooting is gonna happen. The RNG is always the same with the shots, so after a little trial and error, it's pretty easy to. Yeah, there's definitely a pattern that emerges. It's just not the world's easiest pattern. I figured so. Actually playing it would probably be different. Yeah, it definitely feels different to play it than to watch it. But also you're watching me play, and I'm really not the best person to be playing. Yeah, so did I already export this one? All right, so what I'm gonna do now is make a new one that is facing the other way. Instead of, oh, I had the, got rid of it. Instead of telling it to flip it, because it's gonna be confused. Excuse me. Or I'm going to be confused. One of us is going to be confused. This is what I want. I want a sprite sheet. Export sprite sheet. All right, so now we want the name. Call it left. All right, so now we've got 4 different animated turrets. Yes. Oh. Everyone gangsta till the turret grows legs and chases you through the level. Pretty much. But this is like level 14, so you're looking for a challenge at this point. Either that or you're crying because it's too challenging. I didn't look, but I love that someone's a snail. Is that Johnny? Oh, or no, he's gotta be, was that Tomahawk? T-Thunder? Who is this? Typical Chad snail simulator player. The snail's awesome. That's from what's it called? Metal Slug. Yeah, like the best sub-pixel animations ever. I'm currently climbing in Snareway to Snemen in Snail Sim. I didn't know there was actually a snail simulator. Let's take a look at the snail simulator. Is this what we're talking about? I love the trailer music. Look around. Overwhelmingly positive, 790 reviews. Become the snail. Yeah. Now that is a snail party. That one's jumping. So yeah, this does look interesting, I must say. I've been sliding up this stairway for 12 hours. Oh man. Well, hey, we're about to have an ad in like 40 seconds or something like that. And I'm due for a break. It's been about 3 hours. So I'm going to grab a snack real quick. And I encourage everyone to get up and stretch for a bit. Or do whatever. Get some exercise, get some water or something. Sub now, folks, or suffer the ads. Yeah, it's true. You will suffer the ads. But I will take a break anyways. So that way, yeah, stretch break, food break, whatever you need. It won't be a long break. Probably just like 5 minutes tops. But yeah, I'm going to start it now. And then the ads starting now too. So that works out. All right. We'll be back shortly. All right, I am back. I notice we've got another snail down there. Electric mindsets of there's not enough snails, right? We need more snails down here. One of us, one of us. Nice. Let's see. Where am I? Alright, am I a snail? Did it change me to a snail? The desktop wallpaper is crazy. Yeah, I've gotten some comments on it. There's a lot going on with it. Oh, I'm a snail now, yes. Yeah. I am a snail now. We've got 3 snails. It's a sick look for cruising through cyberspace. I love it. Yeah, so there's actually, if you look really closely, there's little people in this. You can see them. There's little people. Like this one's really easy to see. There's some more people. These people are upside down. So there's another person there upside down. So what it's a picture of is actually this this thing called this landmark called Grand Prismatic. Let me look it up for you. Grand Prismatic. Yeah. So what is it's going too quick. Go back. All right, so here, this is funny because this is very similar to that picture that I took because I was at the same spot where this picture was taken. It's called the Grand Prismatic Overlook, which is like a super, super difficult and dangerous trail because it's like this, except there's like way more down trees. Let's see if we can't make this bigger. Yeah, so see how there's like trees here? Well, on this hill underneath, there's a lot more trees. It's like this, but there's so many that are just logs, you know? Super old dead trees. So what happened was like a week after I took the picture that I used to make this, someone actually died on that trail just like a week later because a log rolled over them. You know, it's crazy, but that's Yellowstone for you. Super dangerous spot to be. But yeah, this is a hot spring. It's one of the biggest, most beautiful hot springs in the world. And I was actually living in Old Faithful, which is really close to Grand Prismatic. So we took a drive out there to check out the overlook. We one of the people that I was with had smuggled a joint into the property, which is like super illegal. You don't want to do that. So we convinced them to smoke it as quickly as possible. So that's what we did. We smoked a joint on top of the Grand Prismatic. Because yeah, if you go to jail for something stupid like weed, they can just hold you indefinitely for as long as they want. They don't even, there's no rules there because it's federal property. They could just do whatever they want. So like if you were to like, and this happens, if you were to like accidentally kill someone, like they will throw the book at you. they will hold you there for as long as they can. If you piss them off, like if you piss off the rangers, they will just be bad. And like, yeah, speed smoke. Well, it wasn't like that. It was like, you know, don't hold on to this shit. If they find it in your dorm, you're fucked. If they find it on your person, you're fucked. If a fucking ranger sees you smoking it, you're fucked. Like, when I say fucked, I mean like a felony for fucking smoking a joint. You know what I mean? Not to mention you lose your job because we're all working there. And then you gotta find a new way home after all the court stuff. Like, yeah, it's not gonna be fun. But yeah, Grand Prismatic was cool. And what I did was I took the image and then like I flipped it. So there was two of them, I layered them. And then I used like blend modes to, so you could see through the first one, like a multiply layer. So that way it made it symmetrical, but it's got this weird lean to it, you can tell, right? Which kind of works. But also there was this other drawing I did while I was working for that call center at working for State Farm. I drew this other image in the background with pencil first and then markers. And then I duplicated that as well and did the same effect. So you can see the circle here is the same as the circle here, right? And it's got this whole like circle here, circle here, circle here. There's this symmetry going on, which kind of fits my logo, because this is my logo. And then I made some changes to the logo for the image too. I blew out the white, and then changed the remaining white to like this see-through pink. And I thought it looked kind of cool how it's all blown out and like distorted edges, kind of cyberpunky. And then I did something here to make it look 3D, even though it's not. And it also has that same kind of grit, almost like a distortion along the edges, which I thought fit the theme of like the colors and very cyberpunk feel to it. But yeah, I like that there's little people just hanging out. Yeah. This is super cool. I love the inspirations. Honestly, I was just stoned making art. And then I was like, oh, I'll put my logo on this. Thanks for explaining it. That was actually pretty interesting. Well, I am glad you appreciate it. And if you look really closely, there's a little Game Boy looking thing here. Because I hid some piece of machinery or something in there. I don't know, it looks a little different over here. Yeah, I'm sure I've got the original pieces somewhere, but not on this computer, somewhere on a hard drive elsewhere. But yeah, where were we? Where were we? 11G had too many, has 10 pallets. Oh yeah, that was the other thing that I think I fixed. So if we do another build, we'll have one less error. Yep, just this guy. Which is telling me there's too many tiles, but it looks fine, so we can ignore that error. Yep, and then this error we can ignore also, because that's just telling us that the plugin we're using is for an outdated version of the software. Here are the balloons. We might change the balloons because the render, this thing down here at the bottom has to be on screen before it renders. So if you were to like be up here, you don't see it until you're all the way down there. So that might be an issue, but I did make a separate balloon that has less string, but I believe it was causing issues. Uh-oh, my friends are playing Helldivers. I get the feeling that they're going to want to play. Oh, what am I doing here? Added Cosmo on Discord. Sorry, I was getting distracted here. All right. But yeah, one of my networks from like way back in the day was reaching out to me today about a team project that I might be interested in. So that's pretty cool. Like a indie horror project. Oh, I remember what I wanted to do. I wanted to fix the turrets on level 14. I don't think I did that yet, did I? No. So yeah, we're gonna fix the turrets here. So let's see. First thing, let's make it shoot bullets. That one's shooting bullets. Oh, and the loop and speed. Okay. All right, so now we're going to go into sprite view. And let's see here. We've got our turrets, and then we've got all of these files that need to be imported. Where was I? Up, animated, Pyrotoad. Okay, so now we've got this. Why do we have 5? Oh, we don't need that one. Okay. Copy. Bring this out. Assets. Sprites. Paste. Alright. And then we're gonna go to each of those. And it looks like they're set up. They work automatically, so that's awesome. I love that about GB Studio. I never know when to expect it, but sometimes it does things like automatically, and that's fantastic. Okay, so we've got down, left, up, right. All of them are animated. So yeah, what we'll do is we'll give the moving ones a separate sprite, and we'll keep this one for non-moving ones, and that will work. I always do that. Game world. Okay, so now that we've got this here, let's do that. So this needs to be turret down. This one turret up. This one turret down. This one turret up. This one turret down. Hey, wait, does this one shoot? Which way is this one shooting? This one's shooting left. Left. And this one shoots down. Yeah. Up, down. Okay. I think that's right. So let's play that. Give that a shot. So can that box only be at the top, at the bottom of the sprite? Yeah, I think that's the limitation of GB Studio, unfortunately. I think that the sprites have like a center of gravity, if you will, maybe at the bottom. I don't know the best way to describe it. a point? No. Center of gravity works. What do they call it in Blender? The I forget. I forget what they call it in Blender. That spot, the anchor point. So I think with super tall sprites that doesn't work. Yeah, I don't know how to change that box, but I'm pretty sure that box is what makes it render. But there was some issue we were having with the small balloon. Oh, that's not the right one. Balloon small? Balloon short. But yeah, I'm not sure why it was causing that issue, but we'll have to sort it when we get there. I always do that. For some reason, I think that it's like a separate window, but it's just like a separate part. Alright, so 14. There is a wild Oricurio in chat. I don't know what that is, but I'm gonna try to catch it. It's a Pokemon. Some type of Pokemon. So now it looks like it's working. I don't think I'm gonna get very far. Eesh. Oh, that one's not right. But this one is, right? Yeah. Interesting. The arrow didn't change directions. I thought it was gonna. Alright. Okay. Oh, I forgot I made tea. I'm glad I remembered before it got cool. I bet Infinite Metal is the other snail. That's my guess. I wasn't paying attention when he came in, but he definitely said something in chat. And that's what triggers it, I believe. Yeah, I kind of want to add all of my own characters to streaming avatar or stream avatars or whatever the fuck it's called. I just haven't gotten to that yet. It's like one of those can of worms that's like, do I really want to open that? Like, there's some really cool stuff out there on the internet. It would be neat. It definitely would be neat. You got me. Now you got me again. Oh. I was just thinking, I was like, I wonder if that thing's even gonna like do any damage to anyone. And then sure enough, it shot me in the head. Oh, I messed that up. I did it again. I wasn't patient. Yeah. Yeah. Oh gosh. I'm so bad at this. Oh gosh. I even knew it was there and it still shot me in the head. Oh gosh. That's a tough one. Trying to get past that guy. Yeah, I could have done better there. Oh man. Oops. Walked right into that one. Ah. Jeez. Oh, there's an ad. It's alright. I'm just dying this whole time anyways. Oh. Might have to make the bullet hitbox smaller. Yeah, I didn't think about that. Let's take a look at that. Get out of the way. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I should have looked at this one. Did I make it grow? It did. 5566. 5566. There we go. That's gonna play a lot better. Good point. Yeah, I think it's both of our bad, honestly, because I just kind of threw it in there. I didn't even check the collision. Yeah, it is pretty predictable. I hope you'll consider playtesting when we reach that stage. Rick already knows the answer to that. Anything Rick or Rick's friends need, I'm always available for. Oh, yo, nice. Yeah, Electric Mindset is pretty much my favorite tester out there. I don't mean to play favorites, but I don't know what to tell you. He's really, really good at it. I mean, Kixie's really good too, but Electric Mindset has a way of, I don't know, he has a mind of a developer in ways because he sees through the cracks of the games. Just the same way as a developer does. Where like indies or like indie content creators don't necessarily quite see through the cracks. They can just see the cracks, if that makes sense. Just finished updating the report template. It is cleaner with all the same sections plus a new write-up section, also including a donation link as requested. Yeah, that's great idea. Yeah, you know, I think as long as it doesn't come off as like I need you to donate, otherwise I'm not helping you anymore kind of thing. But you know, the option I think is good. I think that's good. You know, sometimes people say like a little disclaimer, like, what do they say? I know times are tough, but any amount is truly helpful, something like that, you know? Or I understand if you can't, but if for those who can, kind of thing. I add the line that says, here is donation link you can use to show appreciation if you feel I earned it. That works. That works. Might rope some people in that way. I mean, on that same route, you could say, if there's any feedback that people have to help you do your job better or something like that, you know, like a feedback survey or something like that. I don't even know, but I'm just spitballing here. Did I hit build? I don't think I did. I kind of want to test it with the new thing. Or did I hit build? No, I didn't. All right. I kind of want to test it with the new bullet size because that's going to make a hell of a difference. I never expected any money to begin with, so if it happens, great. If not, it's fine. No one gives me advice on my work. I delete all advice and ban them. You wouldn't make a great game developer then. I don't know. There was some person. Who was it? I can't remember his name, but I should know his name. The Ghibli guy. I don't know why I can't remember his name. But anyways, I think the Ghibli guy is quoted saying that he doesn't listen to anything the fans have to say. Like when it comes to feedback, which I thought was interesting. But it's different when you're making a game than when you're making a film. I mean, it's not all that different. I think that if you're a filmmaker, you should probably take some feedback. But I understand the point of not letting the audience dilute the vision. But as a developer, you need to learn how to do that because you're always going to have people trying to dilute the vision. But sometimes it's a collective vision, like with Retro Spaceball. If I would have kept it the same as I started, it wouldn't have been fun ever. And now it's fun to play even though it's not done. Right. Oh no. Did it. Go, go. Ah! It's like it knew I was gonna be there. Oh no. Oh gosh. Shoot me, I dare you. Oh, psh, and he shot me. I'm gonna get past this guy though. I got to at this point. Oh. You know what would make this game really hard? If you only had 3 lives and you had to restart it. Like in the old days. Oh my god. People would just throw it away. I almost feel like a death counter would be fun though. And that's doable too. Although it might be difficult over 255. Although, actually, I'm not sure. Did GB Studio make it so you can have numbers over 255 now? I think I heard something about that. I haven't messed with it though. See how it's not shooting, right? It's because the arrows, if we take a look, the arrow is not on the screen, right? Or maybe part of it is, I don't know. It's not shooting though. I think maybe it's this tile rather than this tile. So like the leftmost tile is what causes it to spawn. But at the same time, the art is being drawn, so I don't know. I don't know why. That's weird. Oh. I do this thing where I die testing, like even in games that I'm just like trying to have fun with. Oh man. I'll be like online and like everything will be like riding on me and I'll be like, "Oh, but I think I saw a bug over here." And then I'll die. So if just those 4 pixels are showing, it doesn't shoot. Ah! Whoa, I dodged it. That was awesome. Oh, look at that. I got all 5. Did you know you can right click and set any level or part of level as a starting scene for testing? Oh, that must be a new thing in lieu of the debug menu. Yeah, I think variables are 16-bit. They're set up like, oh, cool. Yeah, I think that's a new thing that they're 16-bit then, because they used to only be 8-bit. A wild metapod appears. Hey, that's a first gen. I'm gonna try to ultra ball that. Oh no, if I have time. Oh yeah, I love death counters. I can constantly be reminded of my failures. No, so you would do it at the end, right? Or like when you give up or something like that. If you like go back to the main menu or something like that. I'm so nervous. Oh no. Yeah, or maybe after you die. But yeah, at some point you'll be like, 500. Okay, I'm done. Oh, psh. I'm about to hit that point. Not the I'm done point, but the 500 point. Ah! I did it! I did it! I got past the bad guy. I can die happy now. Oh. Was he shooting the wrong bullet too? I bet he was. Is it this one? Yep, shooting the wrong bullet. Bullets. There we go. This one's got the right bullet. Imagine a game where you played as a clone, but as the death counter rises, your form deteriorates to the point you get a game over. That would be, honestly, like, it's interesting as a concept, but as far as game design goes, I feel like that's kind of something that you shouldn't do. Like, you're basically telling the player that they should start over if they want to enjoy the game. Like, you get worse every time you die. Or what if you take it one step further, right? Where all of that stuff is persistent, and that after you get a game over, the game just doesn't launch anymore. In the old Bungie FPS marathon, you save by cloning yourself at terminals, save points. Marathon, that was the predecessor to Doom, wasn't it? I didn't realize Bungie made that. Wait, are they making a new marathon game? I just got sidetracked here. Huh. It doesn't look like it is marathon, but a marathon type game that they're talking about, but they're not given a title, so it's just a Reddit post that I'm stuck on now. But yeah, where were we? Marathon. So if you guys don't know Marathon, it's like this super early boomer shooter. Actually, when did that come out? Was that before? Oh, look, it's on Steam. Okay, so there is a Marathon coming soon by Bungie on Steam. Crazy. That looks crazy. This looks pretty crazy. But it's Bungie, so who knows? Some people like it. The whole Halo and I don't even know anymore. Was it Destiny? Halo and Destiny? Or did they split away? I don't even know. It definitely looks more interesting than that one game that flopped, Concord. But yeah, the old version looked more like this. And now I need to know when it came out. $1994. And Doom came out in 93, so it was right after Doom. Interesting. Where'd my music go? Too quiet. Alright. Catching up on chat here. Where are we? You Only Live Once is a game you couldn't restart after you died. Oh, interesting. That's kind of weird. They have an even older FPS called Pathways into Darkness, which is pretty interesting. I love a lot of these old games coming back. We need a mass PS2 error bring back. I don't know. What was the PS2 error? I never got a PS2 error. I never got any. Apparently there was a bunch. The PlayStation 2 kill screen. If you continue ignoring these warnings, your PlayStation 2 may suffer irreversible damage caused to its internal components. It's strongly advised to turn off your system unit by following the instructions below. So is this from leaving it on too long? Looks like there's a bunch of different error screens. I never got any. Of course, I had a second gen slim one, so they probably fixed a lot of the issues. I want Dark Cloud back. I don't know Dark Cloud. Wow, didn't know they were rebooting that IP. I'm stoked. Yeah, no, that honestly, that trailer looks pretty cool compared to, like I said, Concord or some of the other shit that's going out there. Overwatch 2 didn't look interesting at all. Neither did Concord. But yeah, I think it was the worms making the cyborgs that did it for me. Someone took some acid when they were developing that game. Let's see here. Marathon was basically Mac's version of Doom. That's right. I remember that now. Of course, I didn't have a Mac, but I remember the history. Era, not error. I'm just stupid. He was talking about the PS2 era, not the PS2 error. I'm sitting over here looking up PS2 errors. Am I still wrong? One sec. I gotta Google this. Oh, I see you corrected it. An era is a span of time defined for the purposes of chronology or historiography. Historiography. The big words today. Yeah, era, the PS2 era. Well, I mean, shit, man. The PS1 was more memorable, I think, to people, because PlayStation 2 was just kind of in between PS3 and PS1 looking back. I mean, I loved the PS2. I had a lot of fun with the PS2. All the music rhythm games, the RPGs, what was it, Devil May Cry was on there. I love Devil May Cry 2. I thought everyone hates it, but I loved that one. Devil May Cry 3 kind of sucked. I thought it was too cheesy and I stopped playing it because after I got the guitar that shoots bats, I was like, this game's kind of weird. Do them both. I won't complain. What, the errors and the era? I'd complain about the errors. So it looks like, where are we on this? This is 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 4 Egypt levels. And we were talking about doing 4 levels and then switching to a new level. And we were talking about doing a foundry next, I believe. So this would be the foundry level. They announced today GOG is bringing back the Dino Crisis series. I didn't know it left. Enhancing the PC release of both to be playable again. Oh, cool, cool. I didn't realize that it became unplayable, but I guess that makes sense. Some of the older games are not even compatible with the newer versions of the Windows. Yeah. No, I like old games, but I hardly ever buy like really old games because I don't know if they're gonna work, right? And so that makes sense that they're going and like fixing that. I've actually heard a lot of good things about Dino Crisis, but I never played it. They were not good and could be found on that abandonware site. Yeah, I gotta say, I use that abandonware site. I don't know if it's legit or contains viruses or anything like that, but I've definitely used it before. You know what someone showed me that I think is just freaking awesome is let's pull up a new browser here. I thought it was cool enough to put it on my favorites right here. Windows93.net. Have you ever checked out Windows93.net? Electric Mindset? It's pretty awesome. This is Windows93.net. So Look, it's got LSDJ. Doesn't sound very good though. Oh, we need to make an instrument. It made a sound. I don't know why this one's not working. But it's got other stuff on here too. It's got NES, DOSBox, Hamster. I don't know what all these are. It's got Brain Sweeper or Brian Sweeper. Got Great Luck. I think this might be a joke. Even on easy mode. Wait, what if we go to custom? Bombs 0. It didn't let me do that either. Let's go bombs 1. Or what did it say, 3? It still does it. I don't know why the PS1 music happened there, but it did. I hate this. No, it's a lot of good. It's a lot of good. Totally not a virus. Trust me, I'm a dolphin. Banana amp. Hydra. This one's a good one. Cut off a head. 2 more will take its place. Hydra virus bio-coded by Typhoon. Uh-oh. There's no fixing it. You can glitch the windows. What is this? Got a virtual girl. She's not doing much. Let's refresh this here. It's hard to work with all those hydras. What did I want to play? Did they get rid of Unreal Tournament? Unreal Tournament used to be on here. Am I just not seeing it? I'm not seeing it. I don't know where it went. It used to be on there. Oh, here it is. Arena 93 multiplayer. They changed the name. Nope, no, this can't be it. This is totally different. Oh, I think they took it out and put this in probably for DMCA reasons. How do you shoot? Control? Anyways, that one's not that fun. This is cool though, Progress Quest. This was a real game. So we're gonna be a land squid. We'll go with Tickle Mimic because that sounds funny. A land squid tickle mimic. We'll roll for stats. And that looks good. Craig Span, the land squid tickle mimic. Who's kind of got some well-rounded stats, but not very con. Whatever that is. So this is like the first idle game, I want to say. Much is revealed about the wise old bastard you'd underestimate. A shocking series of events leaves you alone and bewildered but resolute. Drawing upon an unrealized reserve of determination, you set out on a long and dangerous journey, loading Act 1, heading to the killing fields, executing a ghoul. See how much money we get for executing the ghoul. Oh, we got ghoul muscles. Oh, we got a quest. Now this is better than Helldivers. Yes. Unless you're talking about the 3D game, because that was better than Helldivers too. We've got -3 burlap. So yeah, I'm killing things here. Oh, I hit the wrong button there. Let's make it small. What else we got? Hamster? I think this is the... Oh. I don't know what this is. Endless hamsters. What is this? No, I don't want to use that. What is this? Uh-oh. Well, that looks weird. And we're stuck. We've lost our progress. I know the progress is still going. We can't seem to... Oh, did it do something? No clicking. Uh-oh. Broken it. Take this. I think I will do RSB for the demo stream because I noticed in the top box of your stream some stuff I've never seen. Oh, cool. Interesting. Yeah, that top box has a little bit of all of my games. So it's got Source Hack is what we're looking at now. Of course, a lot of the stuff that is being shown on that video is not actually in the Source Hack that's online yet. because I haven't updated it yet. I've been kind of sitting on it trying to debug some issues, but not really spending a whole lot of time on it, so there's that. The centipede boss, yeah, that centipede boss. This stupid site brings me back. Yeah, no, that's why I favorited it. How do you shoot? The Facebook logo on this shoe. Yeah, this site is pretty goofy. Probably sounds kind of weird with my music on also. But I'm not going to play this for very long. I don't even recognize all these logos. Was that a Mastodon logo? Google Plus. You guys remember Google Plus? Ever play Rise of the Triads? Yeah, I played Rise of the Triads. I loved that when I was a kid. I think I like Duke Nukem and Doom more, but I definitely played Rise of the Triad. I think that dev is still making stuff too. Anyways, I've had enough of this. Looks like King of Fighting is on there, but that's Zangief, so that's kind of weird. Oh, we couldn't experience the defrag. You guys remember defragging when it looked like this? I heard it's the same engine as Wolf 3D. I believe it was. I don't know if that's true. I think it was close. But I don't think it's the exact same engine, because there was height values in Rise of the Triad. But we can look this up. We have the internet. So it was developed by Apogee, or Apogee. I used to call it Apogee, that's why I said, but it's Apogee. Let's see, gameplay, multiplayer, development. Original concept began its life as a follow-up to Wolfenstein 3D, though it reportedly shares some similarities with director Tom Hall's Doom Bible. which laid out Hall's concept of the video game Doom, and even shares the name of one of the protagonists. The working titles of the game were Wolfenstein 2 and Wolfenstein 3D Rise of the Triad. It was to use the same engine code as Wolfenstein 3D. Oh, okay, yeah, it was to use the same engine as Wolfenstein 3D and have new levels, art, characters. The art took around 6 months to do. As the game got deeper into development, project leader Scott Miller was contacted by John Romero, informing Miller that the project had been canceled. Miller suspected that this was because id Software did not want to draw the spotlight away from the upcoming Doom. In order to keep as many of the numerous game assets the team had already created from going to waste, Tom Hall came up with a new storyline which still incorporated Nazi themes seen in Wolfenstein series. However, they would ultimately depart from the plot lines involving Nazis, with the final narrative concerning a cult apparently inspired by the Californian folk legend of the Dark Watchers. There's engine. The engine is an enhanced variant of the Wolfenstein 3D engine. Okay, so I was right. The level design uses 90-degree walls and an unvarying floor and ceiling heights in individual map. Limitations that are vestiges of the Wolfenstein 3D engine. However, Rise of the Triad engine also includes features not possible with the original Wolfenstein 3D engine, such as elevation, panoramic skies, simulated dynamic lighting, fog, bullet holes, breakable glass walls, and level over level environments made possible by gravitational anomaly disks, suspended objects that collectively form stairs, floors, etc. Yeah, so that's what I remember being the main difference, was the gravitational anomaly disks, basically just floating steps that sometimes moved way up and down like a platform. Man, that's getting annoying, isn't it? I did not see that coming. Yeah, you get launched all over the place in that game. Yeah, for sure. But in Wolfenstein, you were stuck to the floor constantly. And another reason for that was because your bullets were only one ray, right? Where in Doom, it actually does like some weird shit, right? It's weird. If you shoot a rocket at the stairs, like at stairs that are perfect for this, the rocket will go up the stairs because it has the same like logic that the enemies do, and the enemies go upstairs. So yeah, it's weird, but it'll hit a wall if the stairs aren't stair like. It's, I don't know. Who's that dev? I can't remember his name. I guess he's more of a content creator than a dev. He's like a modder for in the Doom community. I'm looking him up right now. I don't know if I'll be able to find him that easy though. I think it starts with a D. I don't know, there's so many Doom content creators now that I can't even find the one I'm looking for. Decino, that's what I'm talking about. Decino, you know exactly what I'm talking about. That's who I'm talking about. Decino, yeah. This guy's channel is fucking crazy. If you guys aren't into Doom, you should be. But if you're into Doom, this shit is like mind-blowing. He like goes into the code too. He like goes into all of the like the logistics of everything and all the like just the cool stuff. I think I start, like, you can see I've watched a lot of these. I haven't watched a lot of his newer stuff, but a lot where he was using that yellow background, I got really into those. Because some of these are just like him beating the game, right? Broken Pain Elemental Secret. So many videos. This guy's probably making quite a bit off of these videos now. Well, he's only got 210 subscribers. Oh, now he's got one more. Manifesto. Ninja plus HTML equals meta. What the fuck? Parody plus Cthulhu equals swag. Cat plus Wi-Fi equals Zalgo. ZergRush plus Infinity equals lols. Art plus Node.js equals surrealism. Corgi plus prosthetic knowledge equals viral. Okay. That was 210,000 subs. Oh, sorry. But yeah, that's still not that many, you know? Like not even 250,000. That surprises me. I was thinking that he would be in the million range. Adobe Pizza Player. I don't know this one. Games? Newgrounds. 0 to 99. Whoa. Are these Newground games? These are like games, huh? This is Flash games. Classic Flash games. Let's see what this shitheads game is all about. I didn't read any of that. Didn't seem to work, did it? A guy from Gray Mafia is selling on Red Mafia's hurt. Wait until you see the guy, the right guy. It's not letting me do it. I think it's broken. Let's see. Fiscal. MIDI jukebox. Calculator. 93 realms. Huh. Enter your name or new if you are new. I'm new. Please enter your desired name. We'll use my handle. Please enter your password. We'll go with ABCD. Let's see. Player wave. Enter 1, 2, 3 ads or to quit. We'll go with agility. We'll just be well-rounded. How many stats do I get? Is it not letting me do it no more? Enter 1, 2, 3 to add stat point or quit. Quit? Ah. Oh, to enter the realm. Okay. Town square. You're in a town square. This is the central meeting place for the realm. Well, that doesn't make the text any bigger. There is a panel there for you to read. ABH wave exits. So read. You have woken up here. Good job. If you look around, you can see where that to the south. Blah, blah, blah. You can yell for help. Attack. I want to attack. You don't see that here. Oh, interesting. Let's call for help. Oh, realms. Yeah, I don't know realms. Oh yeah, I forgot to ask. Is there a reason you don't have donations active for Demon Fish Dead Ahead? I think it is active. Did it get deactivated? Let's take a look at that. What happened there? Let's take a look. Oh, it looks like I got followed by someone, so that's cool. How does this work? Dashboard. Demon Fish Dead Ahead. Edit game. Oh, I remember. I turned off donations because it was broken. I'm gonna turn them back on. But I'm gonna put the suggested donation at 0. Thanks for pointing that out. I totally forgot. Yeah, the first build was buggy, so I turned off the donations because I didn't want someone to donate saying, "Oh, thanks for letting me play your game. I'm gonna donate," and then be like, "Your game's broken, by the way," and I donated. You know what I mean? So that's kind of I was going with that. Downloading gives no donation prompt. Yeah, sorry about that. People donate before playing? That's nuts. I don't know. Sometimes if people... Dude, one time this person donated without even playing the game. It was like $50. Let's see what this punk game is. Oh, it doesn't like full screen. Probably gonna get a copyright strike or whatever. Let's see. We got the 3D teapot. Oh, it's not a teapot. Windows 93. Hex editor. This is just a converter. You can type code that way. Look, it's got a binary too. Half-Life 3. I think it just loads. Yeah, I think this is the whole thing. Confirmed. Manipulating pizza YouTuber. What? Converting unknown super cookie. Decompressing mod folder. Executing Mozilla file. Let's see what this is. What is this? Oh, because I dragged it to the desktop. What is Glitch Girls? Oh. Star Wars. This is great. Star Wars in ASCII. Oh, where'd it go? Let's get to the good stuff here. All right, let's go at normal speed here. Could you imagine spending the time to make this? Like, it's impressive, but at the same time, it's like, you don't have anything better to do with your time. We got Maze 3D. Everyone loves Maze 3D. Oh. Oh dang, Just Wall just gave me a new build and there's furniture. Let the chaos begin. I told you they were working on some stuff.
The electric mindset is a pro. 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 The electric mindset is a snail.
Oh gosh. Uh-oh. I don't like the sound of that. I'm running another one inside this one. Potato's gonna potate. person's talking to me. Is this real? Is this real? Is AOL on there? It might as well be. I can't tell if this is real. It's blowing my mind. Still in the cereal box it came in. What? Yeah, this is pretty weird. Are you checking it out on your end? I want to see what Cat Explorer is. Skynet. I feel lucky. Make it so. Let's search for retro space ball. I can't see nothing. Well, seems to be an old version of Google. Tool band. I used to use old Google to look for tool band. Oh, that's not their website. $10,000 days. This is so weird. Like, what even is this? There's too many X's to see anything. Anyways. Oh, there's a terminal. Anyways, that's Windows 93. Bit of a tangent. But yeah, someone showed me that site and I was like, this is amazing. Have I ever played Hypnospace Outlaw? I haven't, but I watched Kixie play it on her last stream on last Saturday, and it was very interesting. I've been thinking about that a lot because, yeah, it was kind of like that. Should save this. Wow, it's already 7:28, and I've been going for 5 hours here. That's pretty cool. I'm glad that, like, I'm not in pain from the stupid camping chair that I was sitting on before. Like, I feel like I could continue. I could just keep going. Did I not save that? I did. Okay. I was looking at what was it? Itch. It's like, did I not say that? Happens, dude. I always lose track of time. No, I'm just. It's not so much that I lost track of time. I'm just really appreciative that my butt doesn't hurt. All right. Let's take a look here. Get back to work here. Back to work. Because I did want to kind of start some new stuff here. So let's get the new levels in here. I don't know where I stopped. Somewhere around there. We'll get all of these. I don't know what map is. But seems to be 13. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. Map. John, if you're still here, do you know what's up with this map one? Is that old or new? I imagine it's old because we've got 13G, right? I'm just grabbing the most up-to-date versions. Does the file details not have a date? It's a good question. I'm not sure. Let's take a look. They have today's date because I unzipped it today. Which is what I was thinking, but anyways, I'm pretty sure it would have a letter if it was the most up-to-date one, because that's how he's been doing it. The letters are going alphabetically from A to Z. So 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, but not that 20, that 20, that 21, but not that one, but that one, that one, that one, that one. That one. Oh, not that one. This one. This one. This one. Alright, so I'm going to copy these and add them to my folder. Where is that? Here? Backgrounds. Pyrotoad. And I think we're going to replace those. Alright. Yeah, so now I've got a few variations here. But we're gonna start on 13, I think. So this looks like the one. Let's just drag it in here. Where is my cursor going? Alright. So this is the reference. This is gonna be like water, I believe. Might be a good idea to test it real quick. Yeah. I want the key. Give me the key. Oh, I got the key. I don't think you're supposed to be able to do that. Unless you're supposed to. Nope. those bullets seem slower. Are they supposed to be slow? But yeah, this is the water. Oh, I see why it has to be slow. So you can make it across without it disappearing. Oh, not doing it right. Not your fault, but getting flashbacks to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Oh, because there's water involved. That's funny. You know, that even as a kid, that dam level wasn't that dam level. No, the dam level wasn't that hard. Oh, but the water puts out your fire. That's pretty cool. Everyone always complained, oh, the dam level was so hard. Yeah, it was like the first time you played it, but it was just mostly that one tunnel that shocked you, right? And then after that, it was easy. You just find the bombs and get the heck out of there. They give you more than enough time. Oh. But yeah, Johnny, if you're still lurking, I found a bug. You can totally reach this key if you jump at the very edge. It's not easy to do, but I totally was able to do it. Yep, did it again. So I don't know how we could fix that. Maybe raise it up a block, so that way you have to jump even higher to get to it. Because if it was up one more block, then I definitely wouldn't be able to reach it. Mouse out of here. Oh. But I was 2. I died a lot and repeatedly, but I was 2. Yeah, I forget that you're a bit younger than me. I was playing Atari when I was 2. Jungle Hunt. Oh, I'm so bad at that. I'm still getting used to the water. Oh, put out my fire. Oh man, I thought I made it out, but I didn't. I got over it. Oh, and then I hit that damn spike. Oh, I did it again. This level's hard. Oh, into the electricity. I did it again. Ah, jeez. Oh no. Yeesh. Oh gosh. Ah, this is, every step of the way I die. I'll get like a new like record of how far I can go, and then I die. I learn the next thing and then I die. Ah, I did it again. Anyways, we do know how the water works. We know how the feather works. It's like it needs a excuse me. It needs a lily pad there, and some completely new art, so that should be fun. Let's see, we'll do a new layer on bottom, and this will be the background layer. And let's get those palettes from before. Where were they? This one. Alright, so the background color I've been using is this color. We'll make a new, we'll rename this to reference, and then make a new layer, and this one we'll call art. That's not what I wanted. All right. So I think one spot that might be fun to start is the water itself, because that's like a new mechanic. So yeah. In this case, we'll have it just go straight to the edge, but it would work also as like a floating block, but yeah. I'm just thinking out loud here. So as far as colors go, I'm thinking this palette might be acceptable. So let's get the grid out, and we'll start with a wave kind of. Yep, very wave-like. Not really, but you know what you're gonna do. We can actually maybe keep the speckles in there, because they kind of look nice. And then maybe flip these around. Oh. What game engine would you recommend for someone to start learning if they wanted to make story-based rhythm game? Also, do you know good places for pixel art tutorials, or do you recommend just figuring it out on your own? Those are both excellent questions. Right now, I think a lot of people are using Godot, and it really depends on what kind of person you are, I think. But for me, I found that Unity was really easy because a lot of people were using it. Now that I'm a little bit more like entrenched in Unity, it's harder for me to switch to Godot or something like that. But if I was starting over and didn't know anything about Unity or other engines, I would probably start with Godot, because I know that there's limitations to it and that there's issues that are going to arise because I'm a developer, but to be frank, that shit's gonna happen in any engine you go to. What you really want is an active community to answer your questions. Like, that's what I found to be the most helpful thing about Unity, was that they had this website called Unity Answers, where people asked questions and then other people answered them. And it sounds super simple, but like that like saved me from having to ask questions, because all of the questions were already asked. Any question that I thought up, I looked it up and it was already answered. Of course, they had an issue with getting hacked. So anytime the letter M appeared, it would be $anonymous $ instead of the letter M, which is a really strange hack, but it did freak some people out and deter some people, and eventually they just got rid of it instead of fixing it, which is kind of interesting. But yeah, a strong community, I think, is the best thing to do. And then you mentioned pixel art tutorials. Let me show you. Saint 11. All right, so if we go to saint11.art, you can oh, I didn't know he worked on Celeste. That's really cool. I had no idea that he worked on these games. So he must have worked for Matt Makes Games. Because Towerfall and Celeste are both great games. I don't know, Out There Somewhere. But it's got great art, obviously. Yeah, this dude is awesome. So what I recommend is his pixel art tutorials. And I have this bookmarked for sure. Or at least I thought I did. Anyways, I've got it bookmarked now. So yeah, this shit is fucking amazing. It doesn't look that amazing until you like see how many there are. And they're all fantastic. So, like, if you wanted to learn one bit, not everything you need to know, but so much that you need to know is just crammed into this little GIF, right? Dithering is the only way to convey soft shadows. Careful not to overdo it or it will look messy. There are many ways to make these patterns. Sprite does it automatically, which is fucking fantastic. Avoid too much detail. Use lines to define the big shapes. Use few solid shadow blocks. Watch out for single pixels, especially on lines. And you can see because the arrows point to them. And this is something that I see all the time. Or especially in the age of AI pixel art and like, you know, people not knowing what's good anymore. That like pixels like that are a clear indication that they didn't know how to clean it up. Outlines can be white or black. In some cases, use double lines for extra contrast. Yeah, so it seems like a simple tutorial, but if you like really take in all the information, each of these images can take you like 20-30 minutes to really fully comprehend. Like, it'll only take you 10 minutes to read through it tops, but if you're gonna practice each of them and like put them into, you know, use, then yeah, it would take about 20-30 minutes to sit here and go through each one of these little exercises. Since one bit is so much faster to work with, I like to compensate the lack of colors with very fluid animations. The lack of anti-alias favors lines and regular angles. Yeah, you can't do anti-aliasing in one-bit art. The closest you get is dithering, which doesn't really work for lines and shapes and stuff. Icons. Try to define what is the single most important and recognizable feature of that object or idea and focus on that. Man, this is great advice even if you're not doing 1-bit art. If it's not working, scratch it and try something else. That's good advice too with pixel art, especially small 16 by 16 things. It's not an iterative process, or it's an iterative process. That means you iterate on it, much like making a game or anything else. You have to keep going back to it and trying different things. You'll get feedback, iterate based on feedback sometimes. Other times you throw the feedback out. But yeah, I definitely recommend this guy's tutorials. They're fantastic. Like, look at this one about how to do a quadruped walk cycle. Look how simple he makes it. He's got 2 people walking and they're connected, and it looks freaking fantastic. The difference between the hind leg and the front leg, that's like real. Sorry, let me catch up on chat. I've been just gushing over Saint 11's pixel art tutorials because they're just fantastic. I know Arrow works with that a lot. Is that the 1-bit? I love Java, and here Godot. Oh, we were talking about Godot. I love Java, and here Godot might be good for me. Honestly, you know, if Java or JavaScript, you know, they're 2 different things, right? But I would think that JavaScript is more akin to that, but honestly, I don't know Godot script, so I don't really know. But this dev that I was talking to earlier today, who wants me to get involved in his project, they're doing Godot, and he said that he's using C++, C#, and something else. I don't know, he's using GD extension or something like that. So he's figured out a way to make it use any language, which is cool because I couldn't figure that out back in 2017 when I first looked at Godot. You should get an interview with Pancake Delassou. I don't think they speak English as a native language, unfortunately. I'm not sure though. So I mean, that would be a dope interview for sure. Also, I think there's multiple people on that team, which again would be super cool to get multiple people in, but not everyone, especially if English isn't the native language, not everyone's going to feel comfortable with that. Also, getting people lined up, different time zones and that kind of stuff is difficult. The bigger the team, the harder it is. Can you send me a link in Discord if you remember? Oh, for Saint 11? Absolutely. Yeah, it's more in outline for practice. Yeah, some of them are, and some of them are just really just filled with knowledge that you can't get elsewhere. So I definitely recommend it. Especially the animation stuff. It's so hard to learn animation. So if you have like a foothold, that's pretty much what this is. It's a foothold. It's a starting point, but it also breaks things down really well. And like the search bar, like I typed in metal and now I learn how to do metal. And you know how useful this is? It's so useful. It's crazy useful. I'm more on the spaceship side of things, but like the same rules apply. And he's only got one metal tutorial, but man, it's got everything you need to know about metal. Look, he's even got old metal, new metal, even newer metal, shiny metal, animated metal. Just so dope. Honestly, good advice for everything creative I have done and agree. Fair, I got the link. That will be really useful. Oh, okay. You got the link. No worries. Yeah. Put it in chat here so everyone can get it. Yeah. I mean, there's other tutorials out there, but this guy, I can stand by every single one of them. And there's other people who kind of like ape the style of like, here's my square animated GIF tutorial of pixel art, and some of them are just like not good. They'll be like, this is how you make trees, and then you look at the final product and it's like, I don't like that tree. Or like clouds, this is how you make clouds. I don't like that cloud. This, I bet there's a cloud one here. Yep. This is how you make clouds. Yep, anything you could think of pretty much has been covered by this person. It's unfortunate that they don't make them anymore, but I think they did really well for them. It looks like there's a pixel art beginner series too. So if you're an absolute beginner, you can start with this. Yeah, so this is like if you don't even have the tools yet, this tells you some tools. Sprite, that's what I use. Piskel, I've used that before. Photoshop sucks. I don't recommend using that for pixel art at all. And it crashes. Sprite, yeah. Saving bigger canvases, yeah. So another thing about pixel art is that oh, and we're in an ad here, but yeah, looks like most people are lurking anyways that aren't subbed. But yeah, so if you want to find like the perfect size canvas to start at, right? You don't want to go too small because that makes things difficult. You don't want to go too big because again, that makes things difficult. But there's an in-between where it works just right for what you're trying to draw. And that's the key, is that the canvas has to fit what you're trying to draw as well as your level of skill. Right? Because once you start doing it for a long time, like I haven't even been doing it that long. I started in like 2017, 2016. So what? Not even 10 years. And or just over 10 years, not even 10. I suck at math. So what I'm trying to say is that I'm at the point where I'm doing these 8x8 tiles, right? These things, and I'm making it look like water by using 8x8 tiles. But the reality is that this is really hard to do without having already done something in, say, 16x16 or 32x32 or 64x64. In fact, I think 64x64 is a great starting point. The next thing you want to think about is your palette, right? Like here, I'm limited by the GB Studio and the Game Boy Color palettes and the capabilities of the hardware. But if you wanted to, you could just go for broke on color. You know, if we make a new, we'll say 8x. Oh no, let's do 16x16, and we're gonna try to draw a person, right? And I'm just gonna use this limited palette. Honestly, these 4 colors are a great starting point, and they work with the Game Boy without color. So I think that's a really awesome starting point. Of course, it's not the prettiest, and changing them to become pretty is difficult, but yeah, so a person, you're pretty much limited to not much, right? And granted, it's always going to come out differently for different people. But there's your person. Yeah, so you can tell already that the size is limiting my ability to make it look good. right? Because now the outline can't reach all the way around the image. But if you were in a Game Boy or something, that might be okay. But you know, the further you go away from that, the less you're gonna be able to get away with. It's already starting to not look like a person, and all it did was give it an outline. It's starting to look more like an icon or a pattern or something like that. But yeah, if I were to make it a new one and go like 64 by 64, all of a sudden it's a lot easier. You got all this space. You know, we can... Not doing a great job here, but... Obviously, I kind of screwed some things up here. But you get the point that I'm trying to make. But, you know, if you wanted to, you could go all the way... Oh, what am I doing? Yeah, new. We'll go to 1024. So each of these is 8 pixels. And you could really go to town here. But A-Sprite's really not that great at drawing big sprites. Just for this reason. You have to zoom in to see it. And you can see how it's, when you're zoomed out and drawing, it does some weird funky shit, even though it's in pixel perfect mode. Let's try it without that. Yeah, it's even weirder and funkier without it. Of course, if you zoom in, it's fine. But it's made for smaller sprites, that's for sure. You can get away with some bigger stuff though. See if I can pull something up. Oh, it's already gone from my recent files. Let's take a look at this guy. Alright, so if we, what are we doing here? We want to look at the canvas size. It's 1024 by 512. And it's got 108 frames. This took me months to do, by the way. I actually streamed most of it. All the VODs are on YouTube. But yeah, it's like, what? Not even 30 seconds. And the software handles it perfectly. It's just you got to make sure you're close enough to be able to edit it and do that stuff. So there are some like little nuances that Photoshop wouldn't have. What software is this? This is A-Sprite. It's basically the go-to pixel art software. And honestly, mostly it's because of this fantastic matrix, which makes animating so much easier. Like, it's a little confusing when you first look at it, but it's really not that confusing. Let me stop it because it's moving here. So these ones here are linked, meaning that the sky is the same on those layers. This one's not linked for whatever reason, but these ones are linked to those ones. So if I make a change on any one of these frames, it's also going to affect these two frames. But if I change this frame or any of these frames, it's not going to affect the other frames. So you can see there's different ways you can use that to speed up the process and make it work for the piece that you're making. All right, so that this top crag, I know it's hard to see because there's all this stuff, but if we take a look, I don't even know where this top crag is. Maybe that's not a great example. I don't even see it. But yeah, you asked the earlier question, I didn't answer. How do you feel about asset packs to help with development? Yeah, I think there's you don't want to get carried away with asset packs for a couple different reasons. First of all, if we're talking about just like artwork, 3D models, sprites, that kind of stuff, I feel like as an artist, I don't really ever buy that stuff because it's cheaper for me to just make it myself most of the time, unless there's like a deadline and like a budget and all this stuff to look at. Then it's like, okay, well maybe I'll use assets for this or whatever. But for my own personal solo projects, I basically never use assets. And I'll get into that. The other thing about using art assets is, well, first of all, like I said, it's fine to do that. You can have a collection of them and still use them years and years later. And that's good for most people who aren't artists or who can't make things quickly on the fly. The downside then is that, well, the obvious downside is that you're going to see other people using the same assets, and gamers are going to start recognizing some of these assets. So like, what was it? The Siren Head. I don't know if you're familiar with Siren Head. Let's take a look. Siren Head. So we've got Siren Head here. But yeah, Siren Head was a asset that just like everyone bought it because it looked cool, and they're like, I'm gonna make a game based off that. Even one of my networks tried to start a game using Siren Head as the main character, and it's just crazy because now it's ubiquitous, and you couldn't get away with that unless you're making a Siren Head game. And I guess it almost works because it probably falls into the SPC territory or something like that. I don't even know, because it's like got this own thing on it now. But if you were going to try to put that in as like a regular bad guy in your game, that's not going to work, because everyone's going to say, well, that's Siren Head, he can't just be a regular bad guy, he's got to be the main character or whatever, you know what I mean? So you end up with that stuff. Or there was another game that I worked on where they used a leather face model as the main enemy, and they did a YouTube video and everyone freaked out. That's Leatherface, you can't use Leatherface, blah blah blah. And it was just a placeholder. So there's that. But then the other thing I want to say about art assets is that when you get art assets, a lot of the times they're not optimized for your project. They're just put together however the artist did. Sometimes the artist knows what they're doing, sometimes they just don't know what they're doing. Sometimes they're still learning, and a lot of times the cheaper ones are made by people who are still learning. And then you look at the meshes and they suck, right? I mean, I've had models, in my day job, I've dealt with a lot of models that aren't mine, and sometimes they're really, really, really poorly put together. Not only is the topology bad, but sometimes the faces aren't even connected. They'll have lines that edge up to each other, but they're not connected. So I'll have to go in and select all the vertices and join them, which is actually pretty quick to do in Blender. So it makes you wonder why they didn't do that in the first place, right? Or sometimes things will be attached when they shouldn't be attached, or vice versa. There's there's like a whole lot to 3D assets that sometimes people just don't understand how to make it optimized, right? And when you're making a game, you pretty much always need it to be optimized, because the very least it's adding to your file size, and when people download a game they look at the file size and they complain about it almost instantly, even if it's, unless it's just a gig or something. But even if it's a gig, itch is going to give you problems, because itch only wants you to have less than a gig, and then you can ask for more if you need it, but you have to actually communicate with the people at itch and say, hey, my game, I tried my best to optimize it, but it's 1.5 gigs. Can I have another 0.5 gig? And they'll give it to you, but you have to actually communicate with them. So there is that. Like, let's say you have a tree in your game, and you don't know how to make trees, so you download a tree pack, but then this guy who's selling the tree pack is like really good and he wants to sell a lot of trees, so he makes these trees look fantastic. They look amazing. They have high def textures, high res textures, and they're normal mapped, and they're like 1,000,000 verts per tree. Well, that's not what you want. I'm sorry, it might look great and it might help him sell trees, but you want something that's optimized for your game. If this tree is far away, you want that tree to be a freaking billboard probably. If this tree is up close and your player can't actually touch it, then you need to take that into account, because you don't need to see the ants on the bark if the player can't get that close, right? And then there's the opposite, where in Skyrim they actually put ants on the trees because the player was going to get close, right? But what they did was they used a shader to do it, and it's a tiling shader that just stretches, or that tiles a animated like repeating texture, right? So they made it as cheap as possible, and then they used that same shader to do all of the ants in the entire game. So it took up basically no overhead. It was just one more shader that needed to be compiled with millions of others. So yeah, you're gonna want to adapt your art assets that you purchase, or the ones that you don't purchase. Honestly, a lot of the times when I make art, I know that it needs to be iterated on. And sometimes when I'm doing the first pass, I'll do it ugly because I know that I'm going to have to iterate on it, you know? So that's just something to keep in mind with art assets. But there's more to that than just art, because when you start digging into assets, you're going to be like, oh my god, there's tool assets. And some of these tools are really useful. And then other ones, they lose their support. They don't work with the newest version. You'll be stuck in an old version because the support was lost, but you're relying on this tool because you can't do it without it. You'll need eventually to have to learn how to do. A young halfling says, I never knew the ants were just a shader. I came in at just the right time. LOL. Yeah, it's funny. I watched a documentary or 2 or 3 on Skyrim, and at one point they were talking about how they had a person on the team who was really adamant about making like insects and little creatures and stuff like that. And that's what they did. They came up with, because this was towards the end of development, and they came up with hopefully low-cost ways of doing this. Of course, I say hopefully because most people know about a bug early in development, or late in the development, but before the release, where a bee was able to kill the player. Well, not kill, but like, so there's a cart scene at the beginning, right? You're in the cart and you're being taken to the place where they're gonna kill you, right? And a bee collided with the cart and sent the cart flying. But it was random because the bee wasn't always gonna collide with that cart, but the bee was always kind of around, right? So that's kind of funny. But yeah. The B is OP. Exactly. They hadn't changed the masses to work correctly, and then you know how Bethesda is about anything with wheels, right? So yeah, always have been. Welcome in, by the way, young halfling. I appreciate you joining the chat. I was actually giving a lot of advice on just different game dev stuff for the Electric Mindset here. They still kill people in my summer car. Nice. Let me hydrate here. Give me a second. Oh shit, you didn't have to do that, man. I really appreciate that. Ads are the enemy. Damn, I missed too much then? Oh, you missed too much then. Yeah, so basically, I can throw that link back in chat. I think it's still copied here. So I don't know if you're into pixel art at all, but this link is a fantastic source for pixel art tutorials, as well as there's like a like if you go to saint11.art, the homepage, it's got a absolute beginner's guide, which is cool. One of the questions Electric Mindset asked was engine, like which engine should I choose? And I told him that Godot might actually be the best, even though I started with Unity. And the reason why is because the community is so strong behind Godot right now. And there's still a community for Unreal and Unity, but you kind of want to be where the community is the strongest when you're first starting, because then you can have your questions answered. And that's going to help a lot more than digging through a bunch of old versions and stuff like that. And you'll probably still have some of that too in Godot, but yeah. Are you a developer yourself, a young halfling, by chance? Thanks for using the emotes, by the way, guys. Yeah, I spent a lot of time on those. But yeah, I mostly use Unity, at least at my day job and stuff. I've been using a lot of GB Studio, which is actually what I've been working on today. Mostly I was just noodling to show him nuances with the software, Sprite and stuff. But this is actually what I'm working on here. We're making water for this water level kind of thing. Well, it's actually a foundry. Why is this not tiling right? Did I do something wrong here? Fix that. Oh, I see why I grabbed that one. There we go. Pattern align to source. Yeah. I can program, but art has left me. Interesting. Working on. I am so sorry. So I enjoy finding other creators who do art to learn from. That's a great link. Lots of stuff from Low Spec. Yeah. Yep. No, Low Spec is a good site too. And they've got a Discord server also. Yeah, so I actually studied art in college. I went to the American Academy of Art in Chicago and studied for 4 years, graduated with a BFA in 3D modeling and animation. And I do 3D modeling and animation for my day job sometimes, depending on clients. I'm a freelancer, so, and then I also run my own studio. So Yeah, I do a little bit of everything. I'm definitely a jack of all trades. See, after I graduated in 2009, there was like no work because of the whole financial crisis situation, the housing crisis or whatever. And so I just buckled down and learned game dev. It took me a long time, probably about 10 years before I felt confident at all. And then it took me even more time before anyone would give me a job as a game developer. So yeah, it was not an easy path. I kind of wish that I would have gone for a computer science degree, but the reality is that not only was I not really enthused yet when I was in college, I just wasn't gonna make it. I think the only reason why I was able to graduate college at all is because I was at an art school. Not that it's any easier, but I love art and I've been doing art my whole life. So, in a way, that did make it easier, I guess. But yeah, I totally feel where you're coming from. Art is definitely hard, and I can only imagine what it's like trying to do it without any like previous stuff, right? Because I did art my whole life and had trouble with it, but then programming, like it was like I don't even know how to describe it. It was so hard that I just sat there and like spun my gears for like, I don't know, like 3 years before I even like had anything real to show for myself. Like I was grasping at straws. Like I remember this was like back when YouTube first kind of came out, so there wasn't a whole lot of game dev stuff on there at all. I remember there was one video that I found. It was just like this guy typing away at his computer, not explaining anything, no commentary, nothing. It was just him typing away, and the title was like making a game from scratch. So like I seriously like watched it for a minute, and then I just decided I'm just gonna copy what this guy's doing, and I started typing what he was typing with no idea what language it was, and that's literally like the early beginnings of me trying to learn how to program. Oh, and there's a Pokemon chat that no one caught. I mean, I have a CS degree, but wished I did art. I feel that way with art. I've been at it for 5 months and haven't really gotten that far. So that's okay. It's all about, it's like starting a exercise regimen. You need to just get used to the what do you call it? My brain's starting to fart out here. What am I trying to say? The pattern. You gotta get used to the pattern of it. You know, you do the same thing every day, you're gonna get better at it. You just have to have faith in that. Don't worry about the fact that it's not looking better. Just focus on the fact that you're doing it every day, you know, because that's going to help. If you're only doing it once a week, yeah, that's not going to help nearly as much. But if you draw at least like one drawing, or we'll try to like one sketch, or, you know, just something, put the pen on paper at least once a day, every day, you're going to get better. I'd probably be better if I focus, but I flip-flop between pixel, 3D, modeling, sculpting, 2D. So that's not all bad either. I see what you're saying about like getting better, and what it comes down to is like other people recognizing it as good, right? But that's kind of, you're jumping ahead if you think other people are going to like appreciate something you do. The bar is like really, really, really high. So you got to think about it in terms of how far you've come and how much you've learned and how useful the information is. And that's going to help you to get past the feeling of not getting good quickly, because it isn't quick. It's not quick. It takes a lot of time. I mean, it's not only is it muscle memory, but what you're doing is actually quite complex, right? Because most people have two working eyes, right? Not all people. Some people are cycloptic, but most people, their eyes actually wrap around what they're looking at. It's hard to describe, but if you close one eye and look at something, and then close the other eye and look at the same thing without moving your head, each eye is seeing a little bit further around that edge than the other eye. And your brain does this magical thing where it puts them together as one image, assuming that you're focused. And that's crazy that you're gonna try to take that three-dimensional image and try to draw it in 2 dimensions. It's just hard to do. So yeah. Feels like to do one thing in art, I need to have learned 10 other things before that for sure. Well, I can tell you what they did when I was in art school. The first year, alls we did the first semester, so like the first half of the year was all black and white. No color, it was all black and whites. We had life drawing, we had anatomy, we had a fundamentals class, and art history. That was my first semester. So every single day we had life drawing, then we would have some type of science credit, and then we would have, or some type of what, I forget what we called them, some either science or history or whatever, you know, a non-art credit, and then we would have fundamentals. So the fundamentals teacher was super loopy, and she wasn't renowned or anything like that. She just was good with people. She had strong people skills. And if you did a poor drawing in her class, she would make you feel good about it anyways. If you fucked up, she would teach you how to fix it instead of like telling you that you fucked up, right? In fact, I fucked up on this drawing, and she's like, at the start, she's like, all right, we're doing ink on paper, so you can only use black ink and white paper, and we're going to use these pens, and you know, if you need to, we can use a marker to fill in bigger spaces, but mostly we're going to be using these pens for texture, you know, quill pens. And I like forgot to like make an outline of something that I wanted white and filled it in black. And I was like, oh shit, I totally fucked this up. And it was like the drawing relied on this white line. And she said, just go downstairs. There was an art store downstairs. Go downstairs and buy a white marker, a white paint marker. And I'm like whiteout? She's like, yeah, but it's a white paint marker. You'll find it. So I did. I went down there and bought it, and she let me draw with white ink on a black ink project and told me that it was good. And didn't give me any less of a grade because of it. In fact, I got an A on that project. They posted it in the hallway and everyone liked it. And it only worked because she said, it's okay, use this to fix that. That was the type of class that was. She was pretty cool, but also she wasn't a great artist. It was interesting that they chose her, frankly, for her people skills, and she did a great job with that. Then my other class, the life drawing class, this guy, he was pretty well known as an artist. In fact, he started his own school, and that's what he does for a living now. Is he teaches his own school with his wife, who also was a sculptor teacher at the school that I was at. So yeah, so this guy, he taught me basically what I was explaining about how your eyes wrap around the image. He taught me that, and then so much about life drawing, which is almost a useless skill. It's crazy how useless life drawing is, except for the fact that you can really impress people. It's like the guitar solo of being able to draw. If you can actually make a dead-on likeness, and they say that looks like me, that they're impressed. That is hard to frickin' do. But the trick is to not draw from photographs, to let your eyes actually do what they're made to do, because a photograph is just one point of view. You have 2 points of view, and that's how the world sees things. That's how people see things. I mean, granted, with the internet, it's you end up like likenesses are two-dimensional a lot of times if we're talking about celebrities and stuff like that. But if you actually are trying to draw someone that you see with your eyes, it's going to look better if you use your eyes to draw it. So when we had to do self-portraits, which we had to do all the time, like 2 a semester per class basically, we had to do a self-portrait, except for the fundamentals. We didn't have to do a self-portrait in that because I think because it's kind of intimidating, and we were already having to do it in our life drawing class. So with self-portrait, you use a mirror. You have to use a mirror. If you use a photograph, it's gonna fuck shit up. You use a mirror, and let your eyes wrap around the thing, and it's really hard, really freaking hard to do. You have to like make a diagram basically of where you're supposed to be sitting or standing, so that way the picture doesn't move and stuff. It's very difficult. If you ever want to be humbled as an artist, try doing a self-portrait in a mirror. But I'll take that even a step further. If you ever want to be completely humbled as an artist, try doing it from memory. Try doing a life drawing from memory of yourself. That is even harder. Something that I've tried before. But yeah, so anatomy was huge. I can't downplay anatomy. I will admit that I cheated on the test because it was so freaking hard. We had to know how everything was spelled, and that's what got me. I knew where the muscles were, I knew where the bones were, and I could even say them, but they're in Latin, and I can't spell Latin worth a shit. So what I did was I made like a word bank, and I just spelled all of the names out. And that was all I did. That was how I cheated. But I got an A because of it. Because I also spent like 3 days on end studying for that quiz, or for that final. And we literally had to mark down every bony landmark on every bone, and every single muscle had to be labeled of the entire body. I mean, there's what, 250 some odd bones in the human body, in the adult human body. And there's like even more muscles. I can't even remember how many muscles there were. It's crazy how many muscles there are. How was it transitioning to pixel art? It was hard. It was really hard. But honestly, that tutorial that I posted helped a ton. Without that tutorial, I probably would have been like years behind. I still use those tutorials. Anytime that I don't know how to draw something, I take a look at those tutorials and see if there's anything in there that can help me, because that helped me a crazy amount. And it's made by, yeah, the Saint Link. That's the pixel artist who worked on Celeste, he worked on Towerfall, and a few other games. They're listed on his blog. He's definitely done some hit selling work. And yeah, really good artist. So for me, I started with Piskel, which is free software. Let's pull that up. So if you don't want to spend any money, you can totally use this Piskel site. There is a offline version if you wanted to work offline, or you can do it in your browser, and it's, you know, pixel art. It's very basic. It doesn't have arbitrary rotation. It doesn't have a lot of things that Aseprite has. And then Aseprite, which is this software that I use, I want to say that it's 20. Let me see. Aseprite. So if we go to the Aseprite website, aseprite.org. Oh, clicked the wrong thing there. Let's see, buy now. Yeah, $20, but it goes on sale frequently for $15. So I definitely 100%, if you're doing pixel art, this is the pixel art software you want to use. If you're doing really, really large sprites, it has some limitations and you'll come across some issues. But like I was showing the Electric Mindset earlier, this animation that I did is what, 108 frames of 1024 pixels by 512 pixels. So it's big. It's big enough where it blurs it when you're zoomed out because it can't fit all the information on the page. But like here I think is at 100, yeah. So it's big. It took months to make. I did it on stream actually. There's YouTube VODs of it. This is from years ago now. You have A-Spray as well. Awesome. You can also get Sprites for free on GitHub. Oh, I didn't know about Sprite. That's a cool thing. See, for me, I must be so far behind. Most of these look incredible hard. Oh, well, if you're talking about the Saint 11 tutorials, that's because he's really, really good, and those tutorials are really, really in depth. But don't get discouraged. You know, you gotta start at your own rate. You know, do something easy like the clouds one. You can see my clouds are pretty similar to the clouds tutorial. We pull that up. This is the absolute beginner's guide. So this is probably a good spot to start for you. If you go to the homepage, saint11.art, and then educational, it's got this pixel art beginners series. That's probably a good spot to start. Or even the glossary. I haven't read through all of this stuff, but I'm pretty sure that it's all useful. Yeah, I haven't actually looked through every single thing on here, so that's why I'm kind of gazing at it now. But yeah, this you know, basic color theory, anti-aliasing, banding, basic shading, a basic A-Spray animation, cluster sketching and painting. Yeah, so here he's showing what pixel clusters are. Identifying and changing orphan pixels to small clusters. See, I actually like orphan pixels, but it looks better without them in most cases. So with Game Boy, you can get away with orphan pixels more often because everything's so small and it works to create texture. See, because there's so many of them, it actually creates a pattern which works a little bit like a cluster, in that it lets your eye like smoothly glide over the pattern. Otherwise, excuse me, a single pixel like this one might catch your eye in a bad way, right? Because you're not supposed to be focusing on just one pixel, you're supposed to be focusing on the art piece. But this is also the background of a game. So again, most players aren't going to even notice that one pixel stands out a little bit. So the different medium is like gonna make a difference. If you're making it for Game Boy, it's gonna be different than if you're making it for Super Nintendo or Neo Geo, 32-bit, 64-bit. Yeah, here he even says that orphan pixels are not always bad. And then the eyes, they look great, right? These highlights here, those look great. But also it creates a little bit of a pattern, right? Your eyes jump back and forth. That's another thing to think about that that I learned in art school, is that you should pay attention to what your eyes do when they look at a piece of art, especially good art. because there's patterns that your eyes do. Your eyes move around the page based on interest, right? So if we look at this, we've got this swooping stuff, we've got this going across, we've got another swoop here, and then this going across. And that's basically the way my eyes looked at that, right? There's this here, but again, it's like your eyes follow it and then go back to it. So it's like it almost didn't even see it. Refining things. This is a good example of how to refine things. You can start with one size brush and just plop it on down there, throw an eraser tool on there and carve out some edges, and then just throw another color in there and you know. Yeah. So another thing about making art is that you're actually not drawing the object, you're drawing how the light reflects off the object. All drawings are based on light. Without light, you can't see, so you can't draw it. Otherwise, it would just be a black drawing, right? So you're actually drawing the light. So you have to think about the light source. For instance, here the light source is above us and aiming down at this guy. That's why this highlights are on the chin. Here, the light is coming from above and to the right. You can see because it's hitting it right here. And it's not getting hit down there. Light source is the same over here, except it's further to the right. And you can tell because the left side of the face is much darker. And the highlight is actually on the chin and the nose rather than the forehead. So the light is a little bit lower. And it's actually really important. A lot of people don't realize that, but here's another example. We've got the light here, and it's hitting that person from the left. But the right is all shadow because it's not getting hit by the light. Jaggies is another huge thing. A lot of times when people start out, they don't realize that you need to like smooth things out. This isn't the best example of it though, to be honest. But like right here is a good example. You've got this one little pixel that goes down and it's creating all of this, what we call noise, where it doesn't need that. We want a smooth flow so the eye doesn't get caught. And here it's getting caught on this side too. But sometimes it's hard to avoid that. If you make everything too smooth, it'll look too flat and too square. And that's probably why this pixel is there. Because if you were to delete it and just make this that, then you'd have this flat edge, which wouldn't look organic. Yeah. No joke, man. This has been my favorite stream. I could listen to you explain this shit forever, laughing my ass off. I spent a month learning the PBR pipeline for stylized assets. Learned a lot about light doing that, at least. Oh yeah, PBR stuff, totally. Yeah, I did a little crash course in what the hell is that? Substance. And yeah, I thought about buying it, but I don't have the money for that shit. Also, I think Adobe owns that shit now. I try to stay away from Adobe these days. They're just ruining everything. Yeah, so this here is a good example of like Sprite has a, what do they call it? Pixel Perfect, they call it. We'll go back to our drawings here. And if if we hit the B button, we've got this Pixel Perfect. B is for brush. Pixel Perfect. We turn it off. You can see the amount of jaggies that it's creating. But if we turn it on, it fixes most of those jaggies, which is pretty sweet. I definitely recommend using Pixel Perfect mode for any type of organic shapes. Like, let's say you want to draw an ear. You're gonna have a lot more fun doing it this way. Was this hair? Anyways, but you can see it also produced this little pixel here, so you still need to clean some stuff up. But yeah, for geometry, I usually will hold the shift button, which makes straight lines, and then you still gotta clean things up. In fact, you might want to turn pixel perfect off if you're doing geometry to prevent some of that. Yeah. Also, I use a mouse a lot of the time, but I also use a tablet. I have a couple different tablets. I have a big 22-inch XP pen, which is kind of like a Cintiq knockoff. And I don't use that nearly as much as I use my little guy. I have a Intuos Pen and Touch, which is a Wacom, and it's like the size of a mouse pad. And I use that way more because it doesn't have a screen on it, but I learned how to use it, so that doesn't cause me any problems, and it's portable. I can just switch between mouse and pen like seamlessly and super easily. Meanwhile, the big old 22-inch graphics tablet that has a display needs a HDMI cable, it needs a USB cable, it needs a power supply. Heck, I've got its own stand for it, so that way I can stand and use it. All of this goes into that, and then by the time I get it fully set up, I'm not even ready to draw anymore. I'm ready to sit back down and relax, you know? But that little guy is just so much easier. I have a Huion tablet. I think that's how you pronounce it. But the mouse always seemed easier. I should use it more though. So again, yeah, I recommend using a tablet for organic shapes and then switching to the mouse for precision or geometry or even coloring. But then again, some people love using the tablet, and I'm not gonna, if you feel more comfortable using the tablet, I'm not gonna say don't use the tablet. But I will say that if you haven't used a tablet and you have a tablet, definitely give it a shot for pixel art, because there are some purists out there like, no, you have to use a mouse, but that's ridiculous. Also, a trackball could be efficient too for pixel art. Depends, you know. Sometimes that's just makes it more difficult because you're learning a new tool or whatever. But I definitely like this pixel perfect mode for Sprite. It just makes things so much easier. Some people do like the chunky outline. And if you can do that by just increasing the brush size. But as you can see, you get kind of similar effects now that the brush is chunky. There's a little bit of a difference here because like this is thin where this is thick. But that's only because of the way that I drew it. I think that was my starting point. So yeah, play around with it and do what works best for the project, usually. Yeah, any other questions? I'm totally happy to answer them. Otherwise, my brain will just go in random directions. Yeah, lighting is huge. Always think about the lighting. In photography and in cinematography, the most common form of lighting is what they call three-point lighting. So you have a rim light, or a backlight, right, which is off center and to the back. You have a front light, right, that's off to the side, and then usually some type of light that's kind of an ambient light, like mimicking the sun or like reflections bouncing around the room. Quickly draws ear better than I could in my life. You should see how I draw teeth. Yep. Teeth. Have you ever seen the sprites for like boomer shooters, like monsters from Doom? We were just talking about Doom. Actually, we were talking about Marathon. We were talking about Doom. We were talking about boomer shooters for sure. That's what I'd like to work on. Work toward. Cool. Actually, I got my start kind of modding Doom, which is kind of weird because I wasn't very good at it back in the day. But yeah, I did a Doom mod recently, or I you know, I call it a mod. It was just some modifications, not a full mod. I'm not sure where it is. Somewhere in here. Mods maybe? Oh no, that's different mods. Maybe if we go to mods for fun. I don't know where I put it, unfortunately. I feel like I have to relearn this shit every time I touch it. So here's the Doom graphics. Ah, yes. You can see where I put my own in there. And I changed the puff to green. I made grass. Oh, and here's my staff weapon. Let's see here. What are we looking at? Staff B. So what I did was I just took the image in here. These are all the layers. Let's get this over to the side. Alright, so let's see. These dashes indicate what the file is, right? And then the one at the bottom is the reference. So yeah, what else needed to happen? The image size. So you can see how I made a green box. Let me zoom in. I made a green box for the image size because there's a different size. And I needed those. Otherwise, because you have to reference them when you're modding. You have to give it exactly the same size that it's looking for. Otherwise, it's going to screw things up. Yeah. So here's the staff, the reference for shoot and staff shoot, right? So it just fits right over the top. And then, yeah, there's the image size. So that way I could easily reference that. Yeah, and there's staff A. You can see where I copied it for whatever reason. But there is how it looks as it's shooting. Here's a palette. So sometimes this helps to make a palette, right? You can actually make a little 3D sphere of color. And that way you can decide like how it's going to look on the staff itself, right? Now this is that banding which they describe in that blog that I showed you, the Saint 11 blog, and I did my best to try to break things up. Sometimes there's going to be some banding when you're making a 3D shape, but yeah, I probably could have gone further to fix that, but it just didn't seem necessary. Also, I wasn't doing this for like, you know, no one's making any money, no one's playing this. This is just me having fun. But yeah, I just kind of took the image, decided what I wanted my thing to look like, and then, you know, if I needed to, I added a layer for effects. Yeah. No, it was fun, honestly. I made a little video of it and posted it on Twitter. I did another one too. Was that... Where did that go? Where's that folder? Did I get rid of it? Where did it go? I lost it already. But yeah, I made like two hands that had like a oh, it's a glove. Yeah, it's a glove. I made two hands that come together and like form like a some type of like seven-sided star in between his hands when he puts them together, and that's the chainsaw. I think it still made a chainsaw sound though. I don't know how to play the mod anymore though. Like, I don't know. One of those things. I forget. Not mods for work, mods for fun. I think Slade is what you do to do that. That's set up. That's the open. Oh well, here you can see the edits. I don't know how to open the mod though. Here it is. Test. Maybe? I don't know which one it is. I don't know. I have an idea though. We go to, what was it, WADs? Mine. Why is it just the one map though? That's the confusing part. I think this is what we want. Alright, so we'll open this in a new window. Go back to GZ Doom, and then we're gonna drag this onto that, and we'll play it. Oh, I did change the sound effect. I didn't spend a lot of time on the hands though, but I did make the puff green. It does leave bullet holes, but I think the chainsaw did too, because I didn't change that. Nice. Yeah, no, I didn't bother to change a lot of things here. So the enemy. That was weird. It like stopped thinking for a second. Although the music is really throwing me off here. Let's turn that off for a second. But yeah, you can, if you look closely, you can see the guy's face down there. That actually took a lot of time because there's like a million different variations of his face, or it felt like it, at least. It keeps like getting choppy, which is weird because it runs other Doom stuff fine. I don't know why it's not working right here. Yeah, like his eyes lit green there when I picked up the shotgun. I think there's another secret somewhere. I don't remember. The staff of testicles. But yeah, I didn't get any further than that. I only spent a day on it, and I was just kind of doing it for fun. Just posted it on Twitter and then forgot about it until now. But I do like the staff more than the pistol. Like the pistol is kind of boring. The staff is fun. Beware his green goop. I love that. Plus the Doom community is a great community to be a part of. Yeah, we were just talking about Decino, the YouTuber. Man, he does some really great stuff on Doom. And boomer shooters still have a market, which is kind of surprising. But every now and then a new boomer shooter comes out that I hear about, like, for how good it is. Like, what was that one you were playing, Electric Mindset? It was like a roguelite one, wasn't it? Weren't you playing that one? I think it was you. Maybe it was someone else. I've created a few Doom clones and dungeon crawlers in both Godot and Unity, so just trying to get better at the art aspect. Oh yeah, for sure. How long have you been using Unity for? Because that's the engine that I find myself at home the most at. I haven't really played with Godot too much, to be honest. And when I did, it was like 2017, so different version completely. Not long since Unity 6, right on. Yeah, I think I started Unity 3.4, I want to say. Where did that guy come from? I was just in there. Oh, he's over there, I see. Hey. I started with RPG Maker X, I think. Laugh out loud, or Pico 8. I recently fell into a great RPG Maker game. I survived somehow. Yeah, no, what was that one? Alice the Painful, was it? Was it Alice? It was something the Painful. Oh, Fear and Hunger. Is that a different one?